Good afternoon. National Assembly on the afternoon of Thursday, the very third day of the month of August. The year is 2023, a broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. You can also follow up on these particular live proceedings on our YouTube channels. That is courtesy of Parliament of Kenya on YouTube, as well as on KBC Channel 1, and you can also follow up on these particular live proceedings courtesy of our Signet channel, that is Bunge TV. Before the House officially commences business this afternoon, allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business today on some of the agenda that members of the National Assembly are set to consider this afternoon. Given priority is a motion by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Matters Agriculture and Livestock. This particular motion pertains the inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023. The Chairperson Departmental Committee on Matters Agriculture and Livestock through his committee or on behalf of his committee, seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023. And just to remind you, our dear viewers, is that this particular Committee on Matters Agriculture tabled its report in regards to this inquiry of maize flour subsidy on Wednesday, the 7th of July 2023. And so we expect members of the National Assembly this afternoon to sort of ventilate on the findings and recommendations of this particular report. The Chairperson Special Funds and Accounts Committee will be moving a motion on the consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for various funds. The committee seeks to have the House adopt the report of a Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for Women Enterprises Fund, Coffee Cherry Advance Revolving Fund, Strategy Food Reserve Trust Fund, Equalization Fund, Mechanical and Transport Fund, the National Research Fund. Another fund sort of considered or factored in this particular report is the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, WESO Fund, and finally, the Civil Servants Housing Scheme, with this particular committee having laid its report on the table of the House on the 15th of June 2023. That's being about a month ago. We expect members of the National Assembly to again give their input in regards to the proposals by this particular committee, their findings and recommendations in regards to the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of various funds and how money is allocated to these particular funds have been utilized by various agencies. The consideration of the report of the Auditor General for the financial statements of the state corporations, regulatory and governance agencies is another motion that the House is set to consider this afternoon. This particular motion will be moved by the Chairperson, Public Investment Committee on Matters Governance and Education. Also lined up for debate this afternoon is the consideration of the Excess Duty Amendment Regulations of 2023. This particular motion is spearheaded by the Chairperson Delegated Legislation, and the National Assembly will again be deliberating on this particular motion, with members of the National Assembly set to make their contributions in regards to various amendments recommended in the regulations published in 2023 under legal notice number 40 of the year 2023. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers this afternoon, ready to preside over the business of the National Assembly. Without much ado, allow me to hand you over so you can follow up on the live proceedings of this particular August House. Enjoy your viewing.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, continue with the division bell.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, currently presiding over the business of the National Assembly, has just directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell to allow for some sort of leeway for members of the National Assembly, those who are yet to make their way into the chamber this afternoon, to do exactly that, to allow the House raise the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. Pursuant to standing orders of the National Assembly, standing orders number 34, at least 50 members of the National Assembly are required in the chamber at any particular time when the House is sitting. And as we await for the National Assembly to raise a quorum this afternoon, and immediately we get a signal from the Sergeant at Arms, I'll be handing you over so you can follow up on the live proceedings of the National Assembly. But that notwithstanding, allow us to sort of have a look at the agenda before the National Assembly this afternoon, where the House is to consider the Food and Feed Safety Coordination Bill. This is National Assembly Bills number 21 of the year 2023. This particular bill is a bill by the leader of the majority party. Also lined up for consideration this afternoon is the Statute Laws and Miscellaneous Amendment Bill. This is a National Assembly Bills number 60 of the year 2022, again by the leader of the majority party. And finally, for consideration, where members of the National Assembly will be resuming debate on this afternoon, is another bill by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. This particular bill pertains the conflict of interest bill, this being National Assembly Bills number 12 of the year 2022. The House is also set to consider a motion. This particular motion is the report of the Kenyan delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings held in the Kingdom of Bahrain. This particular motion will be moved by a member of this particular delegation, and the delegation seeks to have the House note the report of the Kenyan delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary IPU and related meetings held in Bahrain Kingdom, in Manama, in the Kingdom of Bahrain on the 11th to the 15th of March 2023, And this particular delegation laid its report on the table of the House on Wednesday, June 14th, 2023. The National Assembly has raised its requisite quorum. Allow me to hand you over so you can follow up on the proceedings from the chamber.
Honorable members, there will be a communication I'll make, but much later. It's still being drafted. So we can stay order number 3. Go to the next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Use this.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 3rd August 2023. 1. Business transacted by the East African Legislative Assembly, IALA, at the 4th meeting of the first session of the 5th Assembly from 11th to 23rd June 2023 in Arusha, Tanzania. Number 1, the supplementary budget of East Africa Community for the financial year 2022-2023. 2, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2023. 3, the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 2, 2023. 4, the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2023. 5, report of the Committee on General Purpose on East Africa Supplementary Appropriation number 1 and number 2 bills. 6, report of the Committee on General Purpose on East Africa Community Budget estimates for the revenue and expenditure for the year 2023-2024. 7, report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity on implementation of protocols and laws governing East African institutions. 8, report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the oversight activity on Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency. 9, report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on consideration of the proposal to amend Rule 86 of the Rules of Procedure of East African Legislative Assembly. 10, report of the Committee on Accounts on the oversight activity to access the programs and performance of East African Health Research Commission. 11, report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the oversight activity to assess the progress made in development of East Africa refugee management policy. 12, a resolution of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers and partner states to enhance the effective participation of women and youth in business and to equip them to take advantage of the opportunities under the AFCFTA. 13, a resolution of the Assembly to reinstate the pending bills of the 4th Assembly into the 5th Assembly. 14, a resolution of the Assembly recommending the Council of Ministers and partner states to use local currencies in all transactions in the East African Community region to boost trade. 15, a resolution of the Assembly to support the East African Pamoja bid to host the 2027 African Cup of Nations in the East African Community region. 15, a resolution of the Assembly urging the Council of Ministers and the partner states to fast-track the implementation of the 2014 Malaba Declaration on Accelerated Agriculture Growth and Transformation for Shared Prosperity and Improved Livelihoods. And 19, a resolution of the Assembly condemning the attack of the Allied Democratic Forces ADF on Lumbiria Secondary School, Kasese District in the Republic of Uganda and in the town of Kasindi in North Kivu. 2, report of the National Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, for the fourth quarter 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Chairman, Departmental Committee on Health, Dr. Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 3rd August 2023, report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2022. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, Mutunga.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, the Thursday, the 3rd of August 2023. 1. Report on the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its consideration of the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. And 2. Report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the attendance of the 171st session of the Food and Agricultural Organization, or FAO, Council held from 5th to 9th of December 2022 in Rome, Italy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Select Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund, Musa Sirma.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 3rd of August, 2023. Schedule of budget ceilings for constituencies for the financial year 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Member for Kericho, Beatrice Kamei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that the Kenya Roads Act 2007 mandates the various road authorities to, among other functions, control roads and road reserves and to access roadside developments. Further aware that market centers are ordinarily constructed along road developments across the country. Noting that due to improper planning, some of the marketplaces have no access roads, leading buyers and traders to encroach on the roads and road reserves. Further noting that there have been instances of accidents leading to multiple deaths due to this unregulated use of the road developments. Appreciating that proper access roads to marketplaces would ease access by buyers and thereby avert accidents due to the converging of traders and buyers on roadsides, thus enhancing road safety and service delivery, while providing opportunities for economic engagement for the traders. Now, therefore, this House reserves that the government, through the Ministry of Roads and Transport, develops a framework to ensure that where market centers exist along road developments, appropriate access is provided, including lanes and access roads. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Beatrice. Member for Turkana East, Nicholas Ngikor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to standing order 33-1. I take leave for adjournment of this House for the purpose of discussing definite matters of urgency, national importance regarding insecurity in Turkana East constituency and the North Rift region at large. Honorable Speaker, there have been recent causes of insecurity in Turkana East constituency, which with raised witness from the neighboring community leading to loss of lives and livestock. On Tuesday, 27 July 2023, bandits attacked a village of Lokui in my constituency and killed 4 people, namely Ingwalan Aiton of ID number 24399833, Mr. Lotir Cheptai of ID number 20091399, and Mr. Lopem Akiyokori was killed by bandits believed to be from Tiate constituency. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of this House to discuss the matters of great national concern with a view to exploit possible and lasting solutions for sustaining peace in Turkana East and North Rift region at large. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Nicholas. You need 20 members to stand in your support. It is overwhelming. Thank you, members. You may take your seats. You may take your seats. Honorable Nicholas, you will be given an opportunity to move your motion at 5:30. Before the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have State House Girls High School, Dagoretti North, Nairobi. Githunguri Township Primary, Githunguri, Kiambu. Jamhuri Estate Primary School, Kibra, Nairobi. Gatunoini Secondary School, Kangema, Muranga. Loreto Boys Secondary School, Nakuru West, Nakuru. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the schools, the students, their teachers in the House of Parliament. I've been requested by the Honorable Mchomba to have a minute to welcome a school from her constituency. You can take the opportunity to welcome all the schools on our behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, I take this opportunity to welcome all the schools that has made this inaugural visit into the parliamentary buildings of Kenya. And first of all, Mr. Speaker, allow me to recognize and appreciate the staff of Parliament for the wonderful logistical support that they have continued to offer honorable members as they organize this wonderful visit to this honorable house. Honorable Speaker, Parliament is one of the very few institutions in this country that keeps time. When they schedule schools for 2:30 p.m., Mr. Speaker, none of the school is ever late even for 1 minute. Allow me to appreciate our staff and tell them to keep up, because they have made this house a real. Back in Kawairia Primary School in Githunguri constituency, I longed and dreamt to come to Parliament, but because I came from a very poor community, I was not able to afford this visit. But because these ones have afforded and God has given them the opportunity to come and see what happens here, how I pray and wish that they shall grow to be strong students, great leaders of this country, and one day they also become members of parliament amongst greater people of Kenya. Thank you, and karibuni bunge.
Dr. Wamshomba was speaking for you, but I can see you also want to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate as I welcome our girls from State House Girls, and I want to appreciate most of the members of parliament. You have your girls here today. I can see Mheshimiwa Mokorino, you have the best among them. She's performing very well, and I wish Toto was in the house because we have a girl from Bomet also, and many others. And therefore, you can imagine that is a school that is carrying many girls from different counties in this country. But one thing I want to say to my girls is that we welcome you in Parliament. And the August House, where we normally say, for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. And today, as you sit there, I want to wish you well. And since you're doing history, I believe you've come to learn, but you look at how members also behave. And as you go, you'll realize we are one team. And so when we talk outside there, now you're in the house where we show this is Kenya. We are one team, we work for Kenyans, we serve Kenyans, and we are there to serve diligently, and more importantly, service to the people. So I welcome you, my girls, and I want to wish you well. I want to thank my teachers, and James, who has really held the team. Karibuni sana, and we shall have tea.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Beatrice. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Mishimbogo, member for Likoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the management of Likoni and Mtongwe Ferry. Honorable Speaker, the residents of Likoni have had 2 public pathways to Mombasa Island for the last many years, the Likoni and Mtongwe Ferry channels. The 2 channels ensure that over 300,000 commuters across Mombasa Island cross Mombasa Island and back to the south coast on a daily basis. They are therefore key infrastructure elements to the development of the economy of Mombasa as a regional economic hub. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Mtongwe Ferry Channel has not been operational for the last 9 months, making commuters use alternative routes that take long traveling hours to their respective places of work. While the Likoni Ferry Channels has in the last 3 months seen a serious upsurge in traffic and steeped, resulting to commuters with private vehicles having to wait for as long hours to cross the channel that otherwise takes only 9 to 15 minutes. Further, commuters who cross the channel on foot have to wait for longer hours and in the process creates traffic congestion in the channel, thereby causing insecurity to the residents. Honorable Speaker, it is with this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, what immediate steps have been taken to address the challenges facing commuters using the channel? 2, when is the Mtongwe Ferry Channel expected back to operation to ease congestion at the Likoni Channel? I thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Order, honorable members. Chair, Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Member Fondia, I think is the chair. Is he here? Is the vice chair here? Or any member of the committee? Clerk, you communicate for the chair to bring a statement to Honorable Mishi on the floor of the House in the next 2 weeks. Member for Keses, Julius Ruto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity. I rise on the statement of the demise of the former Member of Parliament for Eldoret South constituency, Honorable Dr. Joseph Kiption Arap Misoi. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 259D, subsection 2A, to report the untimely passing on of former Member of Parliament for Eldoret South, the late Honorable Dr. Joseph Kiption Arap Misoi, on Friday, 28 July 2023. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Dr. Joseph Kiption Arap Misoi was born on 25th September 1943. He attended AIC Kapchemoyua Primary School for his CEE in 1952. He then proceeded to AIC Kaptumo for his KAPE, Kenya African Preliminary Exams, where he excelled and joined Government African School, now known as Kapsabet Boys, for his CSC, Cambridge School Certificate, between the years 1960 and 1963. The Honorable Misoi received a scholarship to attend Edvos Lawrence Scientific University for his undergraduate diploma and the University of Veterinary Science in Budapest for his doctorate between the years 1964 and 1970. Thereafter, he proceeded to Copenhagen, Denmark, to the Royal Agricultural and Veterinary College for his advanced postgraduate in food, microbiology, and hygiene, where he was awarded a fellowship of the FAO Veterinary Faculty of the Royal Veterinary and Agricultural History. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Misoi began his career as a senior veterinary officer at the Ministry of Agriculture and lecturer of veterinary public health at the Kenya Meat Commission. He later worked as senior food, agricultural standards and quality control officer. Honorable Misoi joined politics in 1988, following his election as Member of Parliament for then Eldoret South constituency. He served for 2 terms, including as an assistant minister at the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, and later under the office of the Vice President. Known to many as Bwana Majimbo, the late Honorable Misoi fought for multipartyism and was passionate agitator of the Majimboism, then now devolution or devolved government units. In recent years, he served as the Director of Election at the Orange Democratic Movement Party, that is ODM. He is survived by his spouse and 6 children. Honorable Speaker, on my own behalf and the people of Keses constituency, I wish to take this opportunity to condole with the family of the late Dr. Joseph Kiption Arap Misoi, his relatives and friends, and the people of Kenya at large. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and probably allow me to use this to ask the honorable members to stand with the family during this difficult moment and offer any support that they can in this honorable house, as he was a member of this honorable house. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the Honorable Dr. Joseph Misoi was a very active member of this house. He served in the 6th and 7th parliaments. Yours truly here was privileged to be with him in the 7th parliament, and he was an extremely committed member of the house. On my behalf and on behalf of the whole house, we extend our condolences to the family, and in respect to the late Honorable Misoi and those who want to know how active he was, you may visit the library and look at Hansard debates. He was famed for being the courageous member who blew the whistle that powder milk had arrived in the country from Ukraine after the Chernobyl disaster. I think it cost him his job as an assistant minister at the time. In respect of the late Honorable Misoi, I ask all members to be upstanding to observe a minute's silence. The students in the galleries, you may also stand. Thank you. I'll give 2 or 3 members an opportunity to eulogize the late Misoi. I'll start with Musa Sirma. Remember, those of you who are members of the ODM party, he was your Secretary General and your Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to join the family and the people of the larger Keyo South in condoling the passing on of our great friend, Dr. Misoi. Misoi was with me in this parliament on the 7th parliament, and he was a great man. He debated very strongly in this house. Dr. Misoi, famously known as Dr. Majimbo, actually was one of the people who wanted devolution in this country. Majimbo at that time was significant to some, saying we're going to have different states, but they didn't understand that it was all about devolution. So, Honorable Misoi, having served this house and served the people of Keyo South, I want to join the Member of Parliament for Eldoret South. I want to join the Member of Parliament for Keses in condoling this great man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Nyekalu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to eulogize Dr. Misoi. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Misoi was a professional, hardcore professional, physical science professional who ventured into politics. And Mr. Speaker, it's not very easy for people of hardcore science-based professions to actually stick in politics and do well, because the realities of politics quite often conflict with the perception concept in politics. The physical scientists believe that there is clear, white, and black, which is not what it is in politics. Despite that, he was committed to the service of Kenyans, he was committed to his principles, and I interacted with him several times before I even came into politics, and this thing he was called Majimbo, he actually meant that people in all parts of Kenya should get the services regardless of who is in power. And Mr. Speaker, as he was committed to these principles, he also defied what sometimes is very difficult in our circumstances, particularly in Africa, where politics tend to take ethnic lines. And to that extent, he remained a hardcore member, a committed member of the Orange Democratic Party, even when at times it looks illogical that looking at geopolitics, he should still be there. He stayed there, he was steadfast, he held the positions that he held until his demise. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not the usual ordinary politician, but a committed man who believed in his principle at any cost, sometimes even at expense to himself, as you have been told about the milk in Ukraine. I know with this background, that is something he could not accept, whatever the circumstances were. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to eulogize it on behalf of the people of Seme, and on my own behalf, we pass our greatest apologies, our heartfelt condolences to the people who have lost their great leader, Dr. Misoi, and I think we all in the ODM fraternity appreciate how committed he was. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chep Konga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to join the Member of Parliament for Keses in condoling the family for the very unfortunate loss of indeed a person that I would say he was a great man. Dr. Misoi, Mr. Speaker, happened to be a neighbor of his in his constituency. Although I live in Ainabkwe, but I have also a property close to him. I have known him, Mr. Speaker, as a man who stands for what he thinks is right, and he doesn't leave. Whenever I meet him, he would tell me, you people, why don't you do politics in the right way? People who are not firm on something. And that is the reason why, when we left ODM in 2007, Mr. Speaker, after the elections, he continued to remain in ODM himself up to today. He never left.
He's dead now.
Yes, although he's dead. It's true, Mr. Speaker is no longer with us, yes. But his last station was ODM. Yeah, he's still with you in spirit. So, Mr. Speaker, so he is one man who has defied all odds. In fact, he was the only ODM member in that area. It's called Chepolol, Mr. Speaker. Everybody else inside there, in that village, is a UDM member. He was the only one, and he is an official of ODM. That tells you that this is a man who was very firm in his principles. You know, you don't have to run away from the heat. Just stay there, even if you are the only one. You become the only one arm standing, Mr. Speaker, in a cause in which you believe it is right. So we like to eulogize. This is a great man who stood for what was right. And we want to convey, on behalf of the people of Ainapkoi, to convey our very sincere condolences to the family of the late Dr. Misoi. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ferdinand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to consult with the member of CASES. And I can tell you this Mr. Majimbo was a very outspoken person. You could hear him on the KBC. This is when you have the Matakeo kutoka bunge. So they call it, and he was a very, very outspoken person. I knew him because at that time, the Speaker also wanted to become a member of Parliament. And actually, I went to his home, and I want just to tell you my brother here that even my son married in the cases, and I knew this as a member of Parliament, former member of Parliament. And so I take this opportunity on the behalf of the people of Kwanza to say pole sana, and may God bless his peace. Thank you.
Wangwe, you'll be the last. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Nabaholo and the entire ODM fraternity, Honorable Speaker, where the late Dr. Misoi worked for, I wish to convey my sincere condolences to the entire community that he attended to while serving as a member of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, Swahili people say, ukiona vyaelea vyaundwa. When you see ODM today, it's because, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Misoi was, and he existed then as SG and later on served as Executive Director. Honorable Speaker, we enjoy what he served, what he did for us, and wish him well as he rests in his eternity. God rest his soul in eternity.
Last Deputy Majority Leader, Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to condole with the people of Keses and my brother and my friend. We say pole for the loss of Dr. Misoi. And Honorable Speaker, I did not share time with Dr. Misoi in the chamber, but there are a few things I knew about him as a young person. One, he embodied the spirit of Ronald Ngala, the spirit of Majimbo. After Ngala, probably the person who came out very strongly about Majimbo, even during the writing of the new constitution, I think Dr. Misoi
Ngala and Muliro.
Ngala and Muliro and Masinde Muliro. Yeah. He came out very, very strongly. And it reminds me, Honorable Speaker, of the tripartite life between the Western Kenya coast and Rift Valley during that time when KADU was formed, and the strength with which KADU brought into the democratization process of this country. So we'll always remember Dr. Misoi for his astuteness and his contribution to this parliament and how he served his people of Keses in this parliament. Honorable Speaker, there are many lessons we learned from this great man. And one of them is that staying and being active in Parliament pays, such that young people who are young then can still remember someone. I want to ask the young members of Parliament here to emulate Dr. Misoi. Stay in this house, contribute, make a contribution so that one day when we have to sign your book outside there, people can say things about you because you served this country, not in the streets, not anywhere else, but you made a contribution in this Parliament. I thank you, and I pray that God rest his spirit in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, Maklap, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure you
I also want to join my colleague, Honorable Ruto from Keses, which was formerly Eldoret South, where the late Dr. Joseph Misoi was a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, at my youthful age, as an admiring politician, I admired Joseph Misoi for principles. That is a person that believed in Kenya. Very few of us politicians today believe in personalities instead of believing in their country. Dr. Joseph Misoi, a veterinary doctor, is one astute, challenging politician who believed in Kenya and wanted devolution as a way of changing lives of the people of Kenya that live in far-flung areas or they have been marginalized by regimes and governments. Mr. Speaker, I admired him as an academician, as a person who had a focus and steadfastness in his ideologies for Kenya. Mr. Speaker, that is one son of the Kalenjin nation who actually had joined their forefathers, who actually wanted Kenya to become a federal state or a Machimbo state at the onset of independence. Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, honorable members. DK, you are locked out. We'll end there. Before the majority leader issues his usual Thursday statement, and Owen and your team, we're also expecting a statement on the issue raised yesterday by the young parliamentarian from Manyata and Wangari, who was not here. Yes, Osoro, you will hold your horses. Let me make a communication first back at order number 2. Honorable members, this is a communication regarding the annual general meeting of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association CPA Kenya branch. Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable members, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association CPA is an international organization that brings together parliamentarians from 180 parliaments and legislatures of countries and territories within the Commonwealth community. The association was established in 1911, making it one of the oldest and most significant parliamentary associations in the world. The CPA's main objectives are to promote parliamentary democracy, provide a platform for parliamentarians and parliamentary staff to exchange ideas and best practices, and foster cooperation among member countries. The association is committed to upholding the values of the Commonwealth, including democratic governance, respect for human rights, equality, and the rule of law. The CPA Constitution provides for the establishment of branches, and the members of the legislature in which a branch is formed are entitled to become members of the branch. In this regard, membership is open to all members of the National Assembly and the Senate on payment of the applicable subscription fees. The affairs of each branch are managed by an executive committee, and the Parliament of Kenya is one such branch. Honorable members, members of parliament who wish to become members of the CPA are required to pay a subscription fee of 4,000 for life membership and shillings 1,000 for annual membership to the branch payable before January of each year. The fee is deducted from the members' emoluments upon acceptance by completing a membership form, which members may pick at the main reception and return the completed forms to the office of the clerk of the National Assembly by or before 7 p.m. on Tuesday, 8th August 2023. Further, honorable members, in accordance with the rules of the CPA Kenya branch, the branch is required to hold the annual general meeting to, among other things, hold elections of members of the executive committee. For this purpose, the joint presidents, who are the two speakers of the Houses of Parliament, have convened a meeting on Thursday, 10th August 2023 at 10 a.m. in the National Assembly chamber. The elected members of the Executive Committee will have the responsibility of steering the branch towards achieving the objectives of the association. The Executive Committee members will be elected based on their expertise and dedication to the principles of the association. It is therefore essential to elect individuals who can represent the interests of Kenya and contribute meaningfully to the CPA's collective efforts in promoting democracy, good governance, and respect for human rights. Honorable members, the available slots are 12 to be shared on the ratio of 3 to 5 between the Senate and the National Assembly. In this regard, 5 members will be drawn from the Senate and 7 members will be drawn from the National Assembly. Interested members should be members of the association, and only duly registered members will be eligible to participate in the elections. Honorable members, I therefore take this opportunity to bring this matter to your attention and invite interested members to tender their applications for election to the Executive Committee through writing to the Office of the Clerk by or before Tuesday, 8th August 2023. I thank you. Honorable members, for those of you who probably haven't appreciated CPA, when we had our induction conference in Mombasa, you saw Mr. Twigg, the Secretary General of the CPA from the UK, is the one who assembled the resource persons that we had from South Africa, from New Zealand, from Canada. Equally important is important to acknowledge that our current representative in the International Exco is the Honorable Makali Mulu, who is finishing his term in the next international meeting in Ghana. Equally important, is good to inform you that yours truly here was the first to serve in the International Exco of the CPA. And since 1911, when the CPA was formed, it was during my time that we were able to get the first and only ever African Secretary General of the CPA, Dr. Ferdinand Shija, the late, from the Republic of Tanzania. And I was his campaign manager during the time he was elected. More important engagements in the CPA includes opportunities to travel to almost each and every corner of the Commonwealth. You may recall during the bragging rights of the British that the sun never set on the British Empire. So from Tonga to Canada to everywhere, that is where the CPA is. Those of you who want to be elected, register and campaign among your members because you are the electorate, so that you can be elected to the CPA Kenya branch executive. It is not shaped on any party lines, but your leaders can do horse trading if they wish, so that we get a real vibrant membership. Before the elections you are going to hold, I should inform the House that I had nominated the Honorable Beatrice Adagala and the Honorable John Paul to represent Kenya in the just concluded CPA conference in Cameroon in West Africa. So get ready for your elections next Thursday. They will be presided over by the two speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate. And may good members be elected who can represent us at the East African level, at the African level, and the international level. Thank you. Osoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I rise to request a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the effect of stay of application of EAC set rate on revenue collection for 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Commissioner in charge of Risk Management Division, Customs and Border Control directed a stay of application of the EAC set rules and rates that are applied on minimum yields for the containerized cargo covered by the fourth band of the 2022 EAC set via the memo dated 27th July 2022. Honorable Speaker, tariffs are controlled by the EAC Council of Ministers. The Deputy Commissioner, alongside one other officer, wrote a memo asking their staff members to stay application, which in turn had an effect on the year's revenue target. Further, the same officials extended the stay through a letter dated 7th September 2022. Honorable Speaker, it is with this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. One, could the chairman, could the committee provide an explanation on whether the Deputy Commissioner or any other Revenue Authority staff member have the power to direct for the stay of EAC set rates as presented under the legal notice number EAC 117-2022 and legal notice number EAC 118-2022. Is in this directive an economic crime owing to its loss effect on the country's revenue target? Two, could the chairperson state from when did the legal notice number EAC 117-2022 and legal notice number EAC 118-2022 take effect? Could the chairperson provide details on the amount of revenue that this country lost due to the stay as per the memos? And finally, Honorable Speaker, who should be held responsible for the said economic crime, if any? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Soro. Where is the chairman of the Finance Committee or members? Benja? Tell your chairman, you are the vice chair. Bring the statement in 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. We will undertake the exercise and report to the House in 2 weeks.
Majority Leader, your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am holding brief for the Majority Leader today, and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 1st August 2023, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, this week, the House concluded various business, including the second reading of Penal Code Amendment Bill of 2022 and debate on the report on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption meeting, and the report of the Committee on Regional Integration on a visit to semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community. The House also commenced debate on members' motions and other committees' business. Honorable Speaker, members will note that following a request by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on Wednesday, 2nd August 2023, the consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023 has been extended by 30 days to allow for the in-depth consultations and stakeholders' engagements. The House will also recall that the communication issued yesterday regarding the prioritization of legislation or legislative proposals and bills before the committee, I wish to reiterate on behalf of the House Business Committee that committees are expected to fully adhere to the timelines provided for in the standing orders. And as communicated, should it be noted that a committee has inordinately delayed undertaking pre-publication scrutiny of legislative proposals before it, the consideration of the committal of those legislative proposals or bills will be done without recourse to the specific committees. I therefore urge committees to expedite and finalize their reports on bills, treaties, and inquiries for consideration by the House. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue the second reading of the Food and Feed Safety Coordination Bill 2023 and the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill 2022, should they not be concluded today. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, should they not be concluded today. Number one, inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023, consideration of reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement for various funds, consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the state corporations, and that is regulatory and governance agencies. 4, consideration of the excise duty regulations 2023 amendment. 5, consideration of the excise duty, the excisable goods management system amendment regulations 2023. And finally 6, the report of the Kenyan delegation to the 146th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union and related meetings. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order number 42A5 and 6, I wish to notify the House that the following cabinet secretaries are scheduled to appear to respond to questions on the afternoon of Wednesday, the 9th August 2023. The Cabinet Secretary for Defense will be responding to the following questions. Number 1, the question number 229 of 2023 by the member for Mwingi North constituency, Honorable Paul Nzengu, MP, regarding the deployment of Kenya Defense Forces troops in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Question number 230 of 2023 by the member for Kasheliba, Honorable Titus Lote, MP, regarding alleged malpractices during the KDF recruitment exercise. 3, question number 311 of 2023 by the nominated member, Honorable Ali Abdisirat, regarding the death of Miss Naima Abbas, a minor, and Miss Elmia Abbas in the Div area of Wajir County. Question number 4, it's question number 312 of 2023 by the member for Moyale constituency, Honorable Professor Guyo Jaldesa, regarding the settlement of the Kenya Defense Forces in Oda Camp, Moyale constituency. Question number 5 will be the question number 313 of 2023 by the member of member for Muiben constituency, the Honorable Phyllis Barto, regarding the compensation of Corporal Jackson Kimeli Cheriot on ex-service member, an ex-service member. And final question, the Cabinet Secretary for Defense will be answering is question number 314 of 2023 by the member for Suna East, Suna West constituency, sorry, the Honorable Peter Masara, regarding the discharge and compensation of Mr. Churchill Odhiambo Osano of service number 7771. The other Cabinet Secretary that will be answering question is the Cabinet Secretary for Investment, Trade and Industry to respond to the following questions. Question number 110 of 2023 by the member for Sirisia constituency, Honorable John Waluke, MP, regarding the impact of excise duty imposed on manufacturers in the beverage industry. Question number 140 of 2023 by the member for Konoin constituency, Honorable Brighton Yegon, regarding the importation of fully finished foreign product edible oils into the country. There's also question number 141, Honorable Speaker, of 2023 by the member for Mathare constituency, Honorable Anthony Oluoch, regarding the reinstatement of Mr. Ezekiel Owuor Otieno as the substantive CEO of the Export Processing Zone, that is the EPZ. There's also, Honorable Speaker, there's also a question number 142 by the member for Kabete constituency, the Honorable Gedua Wamashukuru, regarding the sale of the Gashiko liquor popularly sold in Kiambu County. And there is also the question by Honorable Peter Masala, that is question number 330 of 2023, that regards the foreign assignments undertaken by the Cabinet Secretary and the expenditure of the delegation. The final question that will be answered by the Cabinet Secretary for Investment and Trade and Industry will be question number 331 by a KSS Member of Parliament, CPA, the Honorable CPA Julius Ruto, regarding the key players of the second-hand clothing, commonly known as mitumba, and the mixed assorted goods business across the country. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, the 8th of August 2023, to schedule the business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House this afternoon. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Soro. Honorable members, I see now the Majority Leader is back in the House. You have a date with the House on the mining of data from Kenyans by some foreign group. You had members yesterday raise their concerns. Is Muchungu here? Honorable Mukunji, sorry. Mukunji is around. He's the one who requested, but also Mother Wangari had also raised the same issue, and one other member. So Majority Leader, go ahead. In any case, the statement is the property of the House. It is not Mukunji's.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you have rightly said, the Honorable John Mukunji, MP Manyata, sought for a statement from the Cabinet Secretaries, Interior, and the Ministry of ICT on the foreign data collection company WorldCoin, collecting data from Kenyan citizens by way of scanning irises in exchange for some money. In particular, he sought that one, to state the steps the government is taking to ensure control of data, access, collection, and storage by foreign entities. 2, who licensed and authorized the biometric data collection by WorldCoin, and was the correct procedure followed. 3, safety guarantees that the government has put in place to ensure that the data will be exclusively used for the intended purpose and Kenyan citizens will not incur any loss. 4, the ultimate objective of this exercise and the purpose of the data collection. 5, the source of money being used to pay participants and who stands to benefit from this exercise. 6, precautionary steps taken by government on the already mined data. We state as follows, that is the 2 Cabinet Secretaries. 1, an entity calling itself WorldCoin was reported to be harvesting eyeball/iris data from Kenyans for 3 days until yesterday in exchange for cryptocurrency tokens worth approximately Kenya shilling 7,000 on condition that the beneficiaries allowed the scanning of their eyeballs or iris. The aforesaid entity is not registered as a legal entity in Kenya. Preliminary investigations reveal that the entity has hired a company in Kenya called Sense Marketing to do the data capture for them in the country. 4, the local representatives of WorldCoin are 1, a Mr. Emmanuel Otieno, who is described to be in charge of operations, and 2, a Ms. Rael Mwende, who is described as a country manager. Both persons are being interrogated by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI, since yesterday, Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023. Among the foreign nationals associated with WorldCoin are a Mr. Poiter Piwowozik, who is on record to have entered Kenya on several occasions, the last one being in June 2023, whose arrival was on 11th of June 2023 and departure on the 25th of June 2023. Yesterday, the government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, suspended the activities of WorldCoin in Kenya. Consequently, criminal investigations have commenced to establish the authenticity and legality of the aforesaid activities, the safety and protection of the data being harvested, and how the harvesters intend to use the data. 9, further, it will be critical that assurances of public safety and the integrity of the financial transactions involving such a large number of citizens be satisfactorily provided upfront. All the activities of WorldCoin and any other entity that may be similarly engaging the people of Kenya until relevant public agencies certify the absence of any risks to the general public whatsoever. As a precautionary measure, the immigration authorities have been directed to ensure that no persons, whether Kenyan or foreign nationals, associated with the entity leaves Kenya without the clearance of the Director of Criminal Investigations, who is in charge of the ongoing investigations. The investigations will also cover any persons of interest who may be outside the territory of Kenya in accordance with relevant international procedures and protocols on mutual legal assistance, MLA, and the exercise of extraterritorial jurisdiction. Earlier, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner learned that the company had set up booths across the country to scan the iris of interested Kenyans on the 19th of April 2022. This was in anticipation of the launch of their cryptocurrency, which happened last week. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner commenced its assessment of the organization in May of 2022. In the course of its assessments, the office initially suspended the operations of WorldCoin in May 2022 for a period of 60 days to ascertain the lawful basis and safeguards adopted by WorldCoin. Subsequently, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner conducted a spot check on the 25th May 2023. The office again raised concerns with the processing activities of the entity and wrote to the entity on the 30th of May 2023 and directed immediate cessation of processing on sensitive personal data, namely iris and facial data of data subjects. The office further directed the WorldCoin safely restrict processing any data that had already been processed and advised the Office of the Safeguards placed on the restricted data. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government registered WorldCoin as a data controller pursuant to the Data Protection Act of 2019 and the Data Protection Registration of Data Controllers and Data Processors Regulation of 2021, registration regulations, which require as one compliance obligation that entities processing data should be registered with the office. Such registration is done by applying through the ODPC registration portal. An application for a certificate of registration only signifies that the entity has complied with Section 18 and Section 19 of the Act and does not endorse an entity's compliance with the Data Protection Act or its subsidiary regulations, nor is it a valid license for any organization to operate in Kenya or authorize operations of an entity. The certificate signifies that an entity is known to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, that it processes personal data of persons located in Kenya. Further, it does not amount to certification of the processing activities of an entity or serve as an endorsement from the office of an entity's compliance with other provisions of the Act or any other laws. A registration certificate was issued to WorldCoin on the 18th April 2023 following the receipt of the requisite documentation pursuant to the Data Protection Registration Regulations. Mr. Speaker, sir, the government has commenced investigations to ensure that WorldCoin complies with the data collection, storage, and sharing principles. Immediate mitigation steps being undertaken are constitution of a multi-agency team comprising of security, financial services, and data protection agencies have commenced inquiries and investigations to establish the legality of the activities of WorldCoin, the safety and the protection of data collected with the aim to safeguard personal data and mitigate against any adverse practices. The government is not aware of any prior public participation exercise by the crypto firm. This is the reason the government issued cautionary statements by the Office of Data Protection Commissioner on the 28th of July 2023, advising the public to be vigilant when engaging with WorldCoin, and in particular when providing sensitive personal data. Further, the Communications Authority and the Office of Data Protection Commissioner issued a joint statement on the 2nd of August 2023, raising concerns on the operations of WorldCoin as they relate to cybersecurity, data protection, and consumer protection. The government is not aware of the source of funds. Part of the multi-agency team mandate will be to investigate the source of the money being issued to the participants and the beneficiaries of this activity. Honorable Speaker, the government has expressly directed WorldCoin to cease the collection of personal data and restrict the further processing of any data that has already been collected for persons located in Kenya. Further, there is need to sensitize Kenyans on the risk of cybersecurity attacks, data breaches, and the need for full disclosure before giving consent. The suspension of the processing of sensitive personal data was not lifted by the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, ODPC. In particular, the office raised concerns on whether the consent sought from the individuals was voluntary or illusory. In this regard, the office noted that persons are requested to give consent and a monetary incentive provided for the exchange of sensitive personal data. This is a preliminary statement, Honorable Speaker, on a matter that is under active multiple investigations. Should the National Assembly require any further information or clarifications, we remain available to attend a request for a further statement or even in-person appearance, as may be directed by yourself, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by the Honorable Kithure Kindiki, Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Interior, National Coordination, National Administration, and C.S. Elliot Owalo, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communications, and Digital Economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Martha Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for also giving this very important issue the priority that it deserved. And Mr. Speaker, this issue has come up as an issue of national security, and I think what I would want to ask the Leader of Majority is that when you say consent, a person who is jobless, the lines that we saw around KICC, Mr. Speaker, that is not possible and is not applicable. And my questions to the Majority Leader, number one, the founder of WorldCoin is one US tech entrepreneur called Sam Altman. But if you read the terms of reference of WorldCoin, it is not usable or applicable in the USA. Mr. Speaker, if you're a resident of the US, if you're a company registered in the US, if you're a US citizen, you cannot access these tokens. And they are there for taking advantage of jobless Kenyan youth to actually lure them into some data mining that is not only illegal, but also evil. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I would want to ask from the Leader of Majority and to the CS, how many eyes have been so far scanned? How many irises have been scanned, Mr. Speaker? What are we talking about? Because I walked around KICC yesterday and the day before, women carrying children, because even a child scanned eyeball was fetching money, Mr. Speaker. So how many of these has been scanned, And even if we are doing active investigation, Mr. Speaker, where is this data? Has it been confiscated by the government? And where is our national intelligence, Mr. Speaker? Because this, for it to happen for the 4 days before the minister reacted, Mr. Speaker, is quite a sad situation. Where is NIS? And if these cautionary measures had been said all the way from May, how then has this operated with impunity and without a care in the world, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, this data needs to actually be produced and made sure that it does not leave the country, so that we can not only protect our citizens, Mr. Speaker, but as a government, ensure that their safety is guaranteed. And it is not for ministers to issue cautionary statements, Mr. Speaker. It is the role of government to protect their citizenry. So, Mr. Speaker, in this, I would expect actually clear guidance and clear answers from the minister and from the leader of majority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, note that. Mukunji. Take the next mic, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much, the Majority Leader, for acting swiftly and getting the preliminary statement on this pertinent issue. I also want to appreciate the fact that we have the two cabinet secretaries now agreeing on some issues and signing the same document. But, Honorable Speaker, due to the weight of this matter, I do propose that we have a session where these two cabinet secretaries will appear here for members' scrutiny, and so that they can give and delve into this matter even more. And Honorable Speaker, a simple Google onto the owner of WorldCoin, I also came to know he is also the owner of another company called ChatGPT, which is a company that is working on artificial intelligence. And Honorable Speaker, also reading onto the issue of ChatGPT, it is a company that went on here and used our young people by giving them online jobs to do homeworks and do exercises and questions online, and use the same questions to craft essays online that can be downloaded everywhere in the world. Today, Honorable Speaker, if you go to ChatGPT and describe Honorable Etangula with 300 words, it will give you every single side of what you have done in this life, Honorable Speaker. And I would see this as a company that has seen an easy way to access data from this country due to our easiness when it comes to allowing people to come here and misuse, Honorable Speaker, our people. And I agree with the Honorable Wangari that it is upon the government to ensure we don't have our young people being misused for a few coins, Honorable Speaker. And one of the next frontier, Honorable Speaker, for these rich fellas in the US is the sale of data. This data is sold to the US military, to FBI, to all manner of organizations for quite huge sums of money. And Honorable Speaker, as I said yesterday, it is not a wonder to find people really even impersonating yours truly or another member here because of the data that they have, because that can happen, Honorable Speaker. So I would really call upon this House to check on how we can improve the strictness of our protection of data through the relevant laws, and also, Honorable Speaker, to control whoever comes here in the name of getting information from our people, and for what reason, Honorable Speaker. Up today, I've listened to this matter. I would like to know, Honorable Speaker, how many people were able to sign up for this WorldCoin, and how many people irises have been signed up. among the data that we are ignoring, Honorable Speaker, that was being asked for, there was the issue of contact. The people on somebody's phone book was also among the data that was being signed up. So, Honorable Speaker, maybe you passed by your village and one of the young people got your number, and by the fact that you went there and signed up, yourself also is on the line of giving these guys your information, Honorable Speaker. This is not an issue that we can ignore as a House. This is an issue that we have to take it with the seriousness that it deserves, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Deputy Speaker. Then we'll come to you, Janelle.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to lend my voice to this very important matter. I think it's well and good that we have a response by the Minister for ICT and also the Minister for Internal Security. But this matter is bigger than we actually think it is. This is a national security matter. Because if an organization has the data of your citizens, one day you might have to buy it from them because they'll have more information about our citizens and have better sensors than we even have ourselves. This is also an issue that touches on the Central Bank of Kenya. Central Bank of Kenya has never pronounced itself on cryptocurrency and bitcoins and all that. Central Bank of Kenya also needs to get involved. The Communications Authority must also look at this issue. I also call upon the customs officials, because when any equipment comes into the country, they usually will charge tax on it. What was that equipment logged in as, and why were they coming into the country? Because I even know recently when I had a medical camp in Uasin Gishu County, the medical equipment that was brought in had to be cleared at customs, and you must declare the purpose for which you're bringing the equipment into the country. So how did this pass through our airports? And if we recall as Kenyans, the reason why Kenyans went to court on the issue of Huduma number, it was because of harvesting people's data without any clear methodology or understanding on the way that that data will be protected. So this is not just about the data commissioner, it's about the various aspects, the various institutions within our country. And I think it is our responsibility as Parliament to make sure that we set regulations. I did some research today and discovered that UNESCO has pronounced itself on this matter, and so has the European Union, and they are in the process of setting up guidelines. Namibia has a bill that is currently, that has been passed that in their parliament. Either it's coming into force soon or it's in the process of coming into force. Again, we must take the lead as Parliament and have that legislation so that we set guidelines, because artificial intelligence is here with us and it's not going to leave. In fact, if we just say we are getting rid of WorldCoin, and even if we deport them out of Kenya, remember they can still reach individuals in Kenya through Facebook, through Twitter, and so on. And remember, many of you parliamentarians here have you open your phone using facial recognition. That's already the same concept. So they can still recruit our young people in Kenya using those other social media channels. Hence the reason why it's important that we must have legislation to be able to deal with it. By the time we've just discovered that they are here because they were at KICC. But remember, I'm told they have more than 20 centers around the country. And they have been undertaking work with various institutions in Kenya. I checked their website earlier, and on their website, some of the people who are supporting them is Africa AI, Bowmans, which is one of the biggest law firms in Kenya, Strathmore University, Nairobi County. All these are already their partners here in Kenya. So they could have harvested much more data than we know about. What we saw was public, and all that is available on their website. So I call upon Honorable Speaker that members of Parliament will, I will personally be looking at the Namibia legislation and see how we can bring legislation to deal with this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened very keenly to the statement by the majority leader. Mr. Mr. Speaker, the statement is not carrying detailed information about this issue. Even though he has said it's just a preliminary statement, I think the House deserves more detailed information than this, because this affects the life of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the matter was stopped urgently, but because this could have been very dangerous, you wouldn't know what this data will have been used for. In this era of digital, world, this could be another digital shakahola. People could have been, something could have happened that you're not sure. But Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem also I'm seeing here is a problem that us Africans have. We don't take responsibility. Somebody has slept on the job here. Because if you listen to the statement, Mr. Speaker, of the majority leader, the majority leader was clear that these people were licensed on 18th of April 2023. So these people have been around, they were licensed, they were, they put tent in a big installation here in the city center at KICC. They were not doing this work inside, dingy places. These are people who are sure of what they are doing. It looks like they had all backings that they need to do their work in a daylight at KICC. So, Mr. Speaker, me, in my view, is I propose to you that we need to hand over this matter to a committee of parliament, either the ICT committee or a special committee that can bring back a detailed report on this matter to the House, Mr. Speaker. Because the world is moving to AI, to artificial intelligence. There are a lot of things happening in the world, Mr. Speaker. And if we don't protect our people from those kind of issues, Mr. Speaker, they will become very vulnerable. I was told when the iris of the people were taken, they were being paid 7,000 shillings. I was being told yesterday. Mr. Speaker, the level of poverty around, if you tell somebody, let me give you 20,000, I remove your eye, you'll tell you, just remove it. Then next week I'll come for the second one, again you remove it so that I get 40,000. Mr. Speaker, people are being misused because of the poverty levels, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility to protect them so that they don't become vulnerable to people who have ulterior motives to use. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to urge that this matter should not end with a statement. This matter is bigger than a statement. This matter, a committee of this House should be seized of this matter. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, your former House is known for taking over many things. You'll hear now a select committee of Senate investigating WorldCoin. I know them. So this is where this matter should be discussed, Mr. Speaker. They are very good in doing things. So, Mr. Speaker, let us look into this matter deeply so that we get to know what is inside this matter properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David Ocheng.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to pick from where Honorable Janet has left. That, Mr. Speaker, it's like we've left the country on its own as a people and as a country. That anything goes in this country. Anybody can walk from anywhere here into this country, do anything, and leave. Their two brothers comes back to mind. Mr. Speaker, in the last 10 years, this country has been treated to so many weird things that the time we are told that the IBC servers are based somewhere in France, and they are mixed with some documents, so we can't access them. Mr. Speaker, last week we were told that e-citizen, which hosts government servers and documents, is actually banned by a private entity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had the minister concerned with Interior visiting Shakahola in the last 3 months, almost every week, because of lapse in insecurity, that things happen in this country on the nose of our security agents, and they just let them pass. Mr. Speaker, the queues at KICC didn't happen only yesterday. They've been there for 4 days in a row. You would ask what's happening there, no one would tell you what's happening there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as a House has a duty to protect our citizens. And that's why we must, Mr. Speaker, demand from the ministers concerned. Because even as this happened, there was information that was conflicting. One minister says, this is legal, this is okay. Another one says, no, this is not okay. Mr. Speaker, we demand to know from the persons concerned that, one, how many people who are Kenyans have so far been scanned. Mr. Speaker, in Indonesia, an issue arose about WorldCoin. And what was said was that, one, they lie to you about getting your consent. Two, they lie to you about how much information they want to get from you. Number three, Mr. Speaker, they basically steal the content because, like it's been said today, a person who is hungry, a person who doesn't know what's happening in the world, a person whose only interest tomorrow is to get a packet of unga, is being told that you put your eyes here and 7,000 shillings comes, Mr. Speaker. Where is our security agents? Where is the NIS? Where is the CID, Mr. Speaker? Before these kind of things happen, because as parliamentarians, we are not investigators. We don't investigate. We have set up institutions that are supposed to do this, Mr. Speaker, and therefore, I agree with those who are calling for, Mr. Speaker, a holistic review of what has happened so far, because I believe that even the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, is complicit on this. So many guys are involved, the company registration offices, the Ministry of ICT, the Ministry of Interior, the persons involved in protecting our information, Speaker, must be questioned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I end, I want to know from the two ministers, what remedial measures have they taken so far since this was discovered, apart from stopping this from happening? Have they confiscated their machines? Have they closed their offices? What have they done to ensure that, to assure members of this country that information they gave will not be used in a wrong manner? But, Mr. Speaker, finally, the ministers concerned, could they wake up and man up and run the ministries in the right way? Thank you.
Chematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to also take this opportunity to add my voice on this matter of WorldCoin. Mr. Speaker, the world today is technology and forever. First thing, we as a house, we need to realize that we might not be in a position to run away from technology. But again, I also want to concur with what Honorable Ochenga said, that this country is experiencing very unfortunate situations. Apart from the shakaolas we hear every day, apart from problems that people go through, you cannot imagine at 20 minutes that WorldCoin has been in this country for the last several months. They have been collecting this information of people, and it has not been reported. I still want to ask, what happened with NIS, which actually is fettered with a lot of public coffers? It is one of the departments that gets almost anything they want. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, today, we don't know exactly what the information that they have collected through HIRIS biometric is going to be used, and how many so far, whether we are able to recollect back, or whether you are going to confiscate even as you do your investigations, and who is using it, and for what purposes. I know if you keenly look at what this tech company does, is they do a lot of research. And Mr. Speaker, you might be walking around this world, and one day you are being picked in some corridors or in some airports, and you are being questioned or being arrested because your HIRIS or your HIRIS was picked and was used to mismatch on some other things. And this is an opportunity for this parliament to take up the challenge, call the minister specifically for Interior and the Department of National Security Intelligence. It is very unfortunate that we are here watching people queuing for several days, and no one could put a queue onto why and why are people these people are doing it. They were actually bragging all over Facebook that we are here and we are collecting this information, and it is unfortunate that the people who are giving this information and their HIRIS were young people, and they want to say they are poor people, but they are not poor people. These are people who probably they are just curious, but that curiosity could probably land them into a bigger problem in the future. As I say, as Honorable Mother has also put it across, that the owner of WorldCoin is also the owner of ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a very complex thing. You can imagine when you ask for an information and someone knows a lot of things about you, you'll also want to understand how they collected that information. As much as we are encouraging technology, these are some of the things that we are in fact, the departments of interior must use a lot of resources to be able to understand what is happening in the world of tech. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon the government of Kenya to take up this challenge and take possible ways to arrest the information that have been taken and give Kenya some very good information about this thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think we'll end there. Yes, Bensouda. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. As a member of Communication, Information, I would like to, ICT that is, I would like to add my voice onto the WorldCoin issue. One, because much has been contributed towards this, in my opinion, I would like to advise that not only this House should call upon the Minister for Interior to come upon and explain, but we are talking about issues of data. I would also want to voice up that the two ministers, even the Minister for CII, should be called upon this House so that we can be explained for the security issues behind data which has been collected and how that is going to be managed. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, when I looked into the kind of the age that were queuing in line at KICC, most of them were youthful age. And even the way they dressed up, it meant that most of them even are youths who are even idle. When you looked at the code of dressing, you looked at their hair, there was a big problem. Number three, Honorable Speaker, when I had the contribution of the Deputy Speaker, I want to support that the targeted areas, in my opinion, was also youths, because Strathmore is an institution which most of our youths in this country are learning. When we talk about Nairobi County, the same. So even the person who is behind the WorldCoin, this is not somebody who shall not pass park and go home. Questions and gaps are there. Why were they queuing? Who allowed them to occupy KICC, which is a serious government institution? I think we are threatened as a country, and so I agree with the President's information yesterday that some of our officers are very incompetent to an extent that he knows much of the things which happens in various ministries and others do not know. We are sleeping in our jobs. I fully support the President on this, and I want him to cascade seriously on the Interior Minister and the Minister for CII. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mary Emase. I'll just give about two more. What is out of order, Honorable Ruku? Hold on, Mary Emase.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Minister of Interior, for Mheshimiwa Bensouda to purport that the Minister of Interior is sleeping on his job, when we know very well the Minister of Interior, the kind of job he has done to ensure we get rid of bandits in this country, to ensure the massacre of Shakahola is not going on.
You should have stood up to challenge her when she was on the floor. Emase?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I
join
join my colleagues to also contribute to this very important matter. Honorable Speaker, when I saw in the newspaper that Kenyans were queuing for free money, I told myself there is no free money. There is nothing like free money. You must always work to earn money. So I noticed that the safety concerns on WorldCoin trading is actually valid. And personally, I want to applaud the Ministry of Interior for what they are doing, for the action they have taken. Honorable Speaker, I happened to have been a guest of DCI yesterday. And while there, I met managers and directors from WorldCoin who had been summoned. So already the Ministry of Interior is carrying out an investigation to unravel and to find out
what is behind this WorldCoin. Why give people free money? Because there's no free money. Whereas I agree with some members that cryptocurrency trading is the trend now, and it's happening internationally. But that business must be operated under a proper legal framework where there are guidelines, where we are protecting Kenyan traders, and we know that they are safe. So I want to say that already the Budget Committee, we have looked at a bill that has been proposed by one of the members of this House, and we passed it. This member is seeking to establish legislation upon which cryptocurrency trading like WorldCoin will be that would be the platform within which it will be operated. So already there is something, I think that bill will be coming to the floor of this House. So probably whether the money is meant to entice more Kenyans to join the trading, that is something that needs to be investigated, and we need to be told, so that when Kenyans are involved in this business, we know that they are trading in the right business. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want us to stop here. I want to give the Majority Leader an opportunity to respond. The Majority Leader, I think the concerns of the members who have spoken and those who are eager to speak is the same: security and safety of our people, and the danger of foreigners coming here and doing things the way we saw, and what you are doing to protect the population of Kenya. Majority Leader, go ahead. Remember, this was just a preliminary statement as I directed, and you should assure the House when the ministers are being brought here by yourself to respond to these concerns.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm laughing because there are members who are asking me to donate a minute to them. I don't know whether they will now respond to the issues on my behalf. But Honorable Speaker, truly speaking, Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that this matter was a matter of grave concern to Kenyans, and even members of Parliament. I must thank Honorable Martha Wangari and Honorable Mukunji for raising this issue before the House. And Honorable Speaker, I have been a meeting with the CS Interior and the Data Commissioner, Madam Immaculate Kasait, this afternoon, and I had a lengthy telephone conversation with the Minister for ICT, the Honorable Eliud Oalo. And just to assure the House and the country that, one, this matter is now a matter that is under active investigation, and by a multi-agency team that encompasses the Ministry of Interior, ICT, investigative agencies, and even the financial agencies, financial reporting agencies, to make sure that they are able to establish, one, as Honorable Martha Wangari was asking, how many people in this country. I did see in the news yesterday being reported that this company has collected data from the people's eyes from about 2 million people globally. But we want to know specifically how many Kenyans, and assurances from that multi-agency team as to the safety of that data. As I indicated in this statement, they have assured us that, one, the company that was actually collecting this data is not WorldCoin, is a local company by the name Sense Marketing, a marketing company. And some of the issues I've had the Honorable Junet Mohammed, the Honorable Bensouda raise. Indeed, were it not for the quick action of the Minister for Interior and ICT and the Data Commissioner, we will not be where we are. Probably more data would have been collected. And I must also commend, and yesterday I did indicate that the Data Commissioner's cautionary statement was a bit too late, but I have since learned, and is there in this statement, that she indeed gave her cautionary statement a week before this matter came to the public limelight. Therefore, it's not lost on Kenyans that indeed government was on track of what these people are doing. Since last year, the Office of Data Commissioner was on their track since last year. They indeed wanted to start collecting this data last year, but they were not registered, and they were waiting for, I'm told, the launch of their Bitcoin, their cryptocurrency. And when it was launched late last month is when they started collecting this data.
and the Office of the Data Commissioner has been on that case, and we must commend them. And it is unfortunate that someone like Bensouda has the kind of views she had on the CS Interior, who swung into action, not just on Shakahola, but what is now being described by the Honorable Junaid Mohammed as the new Shakahola in data harvesting. And indeed, the CS Interior, we commend his quick action. As he has said, and in our meeting this afternoon as he brought this statement, that he wants to assure the country that not just stopping these people from collecting any more data, but also ensuring that all the data they had collected has been seized and is with some of the agencies under the Ministry of ICT, being analyzed to also ensure that there is also no data that had been carted away to the cloud, and even that they are saying they are working on it, but they were very cautionary, Honorable Speaker, that we do not jeopardize the ongoing investigations in whatever we say, and I'm therefore restricted as to the other information that he has confided in me as to what they are doing. But just to give the people of Kenya the highest assurances that whatever data had been collected has now been secured and is in the hands of the investigative agencies. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, to appeal to Kenyans, the Office of the Data Commissioner cautioned Kenyans as to the activities of this company. But as I said yesterday, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans are too eager to collect money from any person for whatever reason. And just to caution Kenyans not to rush to getting money from sources that they do not know, even people who are engaged in terrorist activities. And Honorable Speaker, is indeed true. If you speak to people from the north, they will give you harrowing stories of young people, taxi drivers, people who do courier work, who have been used and enticed using money. And at times not a lot of money, 5,000, 10,000 shillings, and they end up being entangled in terrorist cell activities, and they get arrested and they end up suffering as terrorists, yet they were probably just enticed with small money. So maybe just to use this opportunity to ask Kenyans to be cautious whenever they get people offering them money, and in the words of the Honorable Mary Emase, that there is no free lunch, there is no free money. Don't exchange anything that is not out of a productive economic activity for cash. It may be detrimental to your well-being in future. With that, Honorable Speaker, the CS, as I indicated, have indicated they are ready anytime to update the House, and I believe through the relevant committees, that of Interior and ICT, they should be able to update the House on the outcome of the investigations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I'll expect you to give us a progress report before the close of next week. Yes, Honorable Milemba.
As Honorable Speaker, you had earlier indicated, because of the weight of this matter, that the CSS involved be invited in the House, and that the Leader of Majority gives a timeline or dates when that can happen, and that would be very important. But now he ends up by saying that they will just update the House from where they are. I thought your first pronouncement on that matter should prevail, because this is a very weighty matter. I hear these guys are also creating clubs in schools to harvest the eyeballs. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, Iris, yeah.
Yes, Irene Mayaka. On the same matter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd just like to inform the Leader of Majority that we do not have a committee in this House called the Committee of ICT. It is the Committee of Communication, Information, and Innovation. ICT is just a component of that committee. Thank you.
Honorable Ichungwa.
Honorable Speaker, I stand well informed by the Honorable Irene Mayaka, but Irene Mayaka must understand that being an old member of this House, when we had the Committee of ICT, I am still in that old regime. Now it is a committee, the CII committee. And Honorable Speaker, I've heard what the Honorable Omboko is saying. Probably one of the things we should be telling Kenyans, maybe with artificial intelligence, you never know. Maybe these people could at one point switch off their eyes, and you have to pay to see. Kenyans must be cautious. So we must caution Kenyans with the technology around the world today, Honorable Speaker. You never know. Maybe at one point, your eyes will be switched off from somewhere, and you have to pay to see or pay to read. And you never know, Honorable Speaker. So let's just caution Kenyans wherever we are, even our school children, as Mwalimu Honorable Mboko says. We need to also sensitize our school children. It's unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that someone said there are mothers who are queuing with their babies strapped on their backs, and you never know whether they were capitalizing on you harvest your own iris and that of the child, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader, in view of what you are saying and what the members have expressed, I direct you to bring the two ministers to the House on Wednesday at 3 o'clock. On Wednesday at 3 o'clock, and given the weight of the matter, the ministers that you had listed to come and answer questions, that is Minister for Trade and Minister for Defense, you'll shift them to the following week. Yeah, okay.
Honorable Speaker,
you can shift to trade,
yes,
do defense,
and
but
these
you'll
two.
start with the ministers for security and ICT to tell the House and the country what they know and what they're doing about this grave matter.
Most obliged.
Honorable members, I acknowledge the following schools in the public gallery, and I think some are in the Speaker's gallery. Longisa Boys from Bomet East Bomet. Karaba Secondary School from Laikipia West Laikipia. Karou Primary School from Tharakanithi. Olenkuya Primary School from Narok West Narok. And Njin Ntunu Primary School from Githunguri, Kiambu. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023.
On
Thank
agriculture,
you,
Mutunga.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the inquiry of the maize subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 7th of June, 2023. During the consideration of the Supplementary Estimate 1 for the financial year 2022-2023, Honourable Speaker, members of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock observed that a total of 7.267 billion had been spent on the maize subsidy program, out of which 4 billion shillings had been paid under Article 223 of the Constitution, while the balance, which was 3.267, was yet to be paid and had been presented to the committee for regularization. Honourable Speaker, it is the amount of 4 billion was spent in July 2022 and presented to the committee for regularization through the supplementary estimate as required by Article 223 of the Constitution. The committee did not approve the expenditure on account of non-disclosure of the information on who the maize flour subsidies, maize suppliers were, the quantity of maize flour supplied, the areas in which the subsidized maize flour was supplied, and the retail outlets that sold the maize flour. Honourable Speaker, It was for the above reasons that the committee resolved to conduct an inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program, whose objective were to, number one, find out whether the program achieved its objective. The second one was to establish whether the identification process for the millers was free and fair, and the third one was to find out if there was value for money in the execution of the entire program. Honourable Speaker, in the recent years, Kenya has been experiencing maize deficit attributed to prolonged drought, which has increased in frequency and intensity below average range for performance, high cost of agricultural inputs, decreasing acreage of land for farming due to population growth, poor agronomic practices, among others. To bridge the deficit, the country relies on maize imports from this African community and COMESA countries. However, this was not the case in 2022 because there was poor production of maize in the entire region. Honourable Speaker, due to the maize shortage, prices increased from 3,000 shillings per 90 kilogram bag to 3,500 per 90 kilogram bag by April 2022. And between 3,000 to 3,500 shillings per 90 kilogram bag in April 2022 to 4,600 and 5,000 shillings in May 2022. To cushion the consumers from the high prices, the government waived duties and levies on maize imports from countries outside East Africa and COMESA region to bridge the gap. Despite this, maize prices continued to rise due to shortage, disruption of in the global supply chain, and high fuel prices. A 2-kilogram packet of shifted maize flour, therefore, was retailing at about 190 shillings and 215 shillings that time. The government made a decision to further cushion the consumers through maize flour subsidy program. In May 2022, flour prices skyrocketed to a record high of 210 shillings for a 2-kilogram packet. The government introduced a short-term maize flour subsidy program implemented between 21st of July and the 17th of August 2022. Under the program, the consumers were to purchase a 2-kilogram packet of shifted maize meal at 100 shillings instead of the prevailing 210 shillings in a move that was aimed at making the flour very affordable to most of the Kenyans. Honourable Speaker, in carrying out the inquiry, the committee held meetings with the Cereal Millers Association and the Green Mill Owners Association at the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. The committee also received written submissions on the program from the National Treasury and Economic Planning and the Office of the Attorney General. The committee observed as follows. From the meetings and submissions, the committee did observe that the program may not have achieved its intended objective of supplying shifted white maize flour to citizens in all parts of the country at a price of 100 shillings. Number one, the Cereal Millers Association submission, in their submission, the committee established that the millers manufactured the white shifted maize flour and supplied it to the wholesalers, who supplied it to the value chain. It was, however, not their responsibility. It was not the responsibility of the millers to find out who the maize flour was sold to, and if it got to the consumers, and that and where it retailed at 100 shillings. On the other hand, the Grain Owners Association has stated that most of their members are small-scale millers that operated in estates and areas close to their residential houses. Due to this, the flour was bought by neighbors and families. Most of it, therefore, was not distributed through the value chains. A multi-agency team comprising of various government agencies was put in place to oversee the program in all stages. However, the team did not provide a report on the areas of coverage of the subsidized maize flour. Shifted maize meal under the program was not stamped subsidy and this may have reduced the success rate of the program because the flour could have been hoarded by unscrupulous value chain players and sold at higher profit at the end of the program. The second issue that was of concern is whether the process of identification of the millers was free and fair. The committee established that the process was free and fair because of the following. Number one, the Cereal Millers Association and the Grain Millers Organization, Grain Mill Owners Association, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development informed the committee that the program was open to all millers that are members of the two associations that were willing to participate in this program. Contracts were signed between the millers and the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives then. The second issue that we established was that the Grain Mill Owners Association informed the committee that the members of its association signed the contract for supply of shift and maize flour, and day after, their counterparts in the Grain Mill Owners Association. Scrutiny of the contracts, however, shown that the millers from both associations began signing the contracts on 20th of July, and they signed the same contract. On the other hand, the contract submitted by the ministry in their presentation was different from the contract signed by the millers. We established that the contract submitted by the ministry was similar to the one presented to the committee by the Grain Mill Owners Association, while the contract that was signed by the millers was similar to the one presented to the committee by the Office of the Attorney General and the Cereal Millers Association. So we had two contracts. On the land issue, the presentations made by the Grain Mill Owners Association was genuine and had no underlying issues, hence the value for money. The presentation made by the Cereal Millers Association had a number of underlying issues and therefore no value for money on their part due to the following reasons. One of the reasons is that the figures of the maize supplied to the program provided by the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Livestock Development and the Cereal Millers Association and the Grain Mill Owners Association were all different. From the ministry, the records show that 3.5 billion was paid to the maize millers and Article 223 of the Constitution for the program. In the meetings, the Cereal Millers Association submitted that they had received or they had been paid 1,905,845,377.07, while the Grain Mill Owners Association stated that they were paid 841,784,292.89, which makes a total of 2.747627,669.96 and not 3.5 billion as stated. On the 4 billion that was paid to the maize millers, 500 million was paid to CMA or the members of the CMA to cater for the interest accrued from the debt owed to the millers for the maize flour subsidy program of the financial year 2017-2018. They had refused to sign the contract for this particular program because they had not been paid the interest accrued to the debts. Neither the ministry nor CMA provided a proper explanation on how the money was distributed to the millers. Despite the undertaking to submit documentation on the same, none has been received by the committee as at the point of writing the report. The amount of money owed to Cereal Millers Association submitted to the committee was different from the amount of money that they were demanding from the ministry. The ministry, from the ministry to pay, as seen from the letters that were attached to their presentations. CMA explained that the figures submitted to the committee had gone up because 2 other millers joined the program later. They, however, did not submit details of the 2 millers. The fifth issue that we established was that during the consideration of the supplementary estimate number 1 of the financial year 2022-23, the committee established that the total amount spent on the maize flour subsidy program was 7,267 million. However, CMA informed the committee that the total amount for the program was 6.6 billion, while the GMOA, or the Grain Millers Organization, Owners Association, stated that the total amount for the program was 6.4 billion. So the three figures were different again. There was discrepancy in the amounts submitted to the ministry in the ministry's submission, and that presented during the supplementary estimate number 1 of the financial year 2022-23. The ministry explained that the figures amounting to 3.267 billion submitted to the during the supplementary estimates had been arrived at before reconciliations were done. The figures were mainly because of repeated invoices. Therefore, the new figure is 3.025 billion, which is outstanding. As such, there were a number of issues that need to be interrogated on the part of the Cereal Millers Association, like the details of the millers that were paid 500 million on the account of interest accrued on the maize flour subsidy for the financial year 2017-2018, and how the money was paid to them. The second issue is the total amount of money owed to the CMA, which was also staggering, which was changing. And then the third issue is the members of the CMA that supplying the maize flour to the subsidy program. The committee will conduct further investigations to table a report with recommendations on the way forward in view of those issues. So the committee therefore makes the following recommendations, Honourable Speaker. From the above observation, the committee does recommend that an amount of about 500 million owed to the members of the Grain Mill Owners Association should be factored in the budgetary estimates for the financial year 2023-2024 and paid because their computations were clear, the membership of the associations that participated in the program were static, and they did not participate in the maize flour subsidy of 2017-2018, which are the issues. The other issue is that, the other conclusion is that a total amount of 841,784,292.89 that was paid to GMOA, or the Grain Mill Owners Association, under the Article 223 of the Constitution be regularized because the committee established that there was value for money on the association's part. And the final issue is that the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development should come up with a policy on how to engage in future subsidy programs within 3 months of adoption of this report, and submit a copy of the same to the committee. Honourable Speaker, I would wish to acknowledge the following in view of their participation in this report. I would like to acknowledge the committee. We are grateful as a committee to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the clerk for the logistical and technical support accorded during our sittings. The committee further wishes to thank the Cereal Millers Association, the Grain Mill Owners Association, to limit the scope of the bill. Allow me to repeat that. The committee further wishes to thank Cereal Millers Association, Grain Mill Owners Association, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Office of the Attorney General, and the National Treasury and Economic Planning for making this inquiry successful. Finally, I wish to express my appreciation to the members of the committee and the committee secretariat who made useful contributions towards production and preparation of this report. Honourable Speaker, I wish to call upon the Honourable Member for Soy, the Honourable David Kiplagat, MP for Soy, and also member of the committee to second this report, adoption of the report. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to second the motion on the maize subsidy and to state to the House that we did the inquiry. We invited all the stakeholders that were involved in the subsidy. As you know, the maize subsidy was a hot issue just before the elections and after the elections. And this government is now focused on production subsidy rather than consumer subsidy. On the inquiry, we found out that there were a lot of challenges that actually will result in questioning whether there was value for money for this subsidy. But further inquiry revealed that the small millers who actually supplied maize, the maize flour, did not know the entire architecture, unlike the large-scale millers. So they were just brought in at the 11th hour, and actually they spent their money in supplying the maize for the subsidy. And looking at the current financial situations for the small millers, they are in dire situation in that they have taken bank loans because the government could not be able to pay them for a long time. That's why the committee came to a conclusion that the small-scale millers were very genuine, and they are currently suffering, and we urge this House to approve this report so that that segment of millers who are struggling like any other Kenyan can be paid to a tune of 500 million, the one that is still due to them, so that the ministry doesn't take more time to alleviate their suffering. So we call upon this House to look at the report, to debate the report, and come to the conclusion that the committee came to, that the small-scale millers need to be paid their dues. Now, looking at the big fish are the large-scale millers. They are the ones that sat with the big bosses. They designed the program, and they executed. And you can imagine the design of the program whereby you have the floor subsidy going for 100 shillings. That's a drop all the way from 200 and 230 then. But there is no label to indicate that this bag is from the maize subsidy. It doesn't have the GOK label. It doesn't have the subsidized label. And what we found out is that the brokers in between and the cartels that are all over in this country managed to benefit, and they might have used now that maize flour. They go and created artificial shortage. And I know most of the members, given that you are also interacting with the public, getting the maize flour then was not a very easy thing, because it disappeared in our shelves. Because these cartels, they were able to take the maize, they store them in their stores, and when the subsidy was stopped suddenly, what happened is now the maize flooded the market, but the millers could not be able to sell the maize because there were a lot of them at the stores of the cartels. So that is why we feel that there needs to be more investigation on what happened to this program, especially. What is out of order?
I would advise that points of order, order members. Points of order nowadays are done through intervention, not through howling at your seat. Yeah. So if I say intervention here, I will be able to then know whether.
Okay. May I proceed?
Whether.
May I proceed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
What I'm saying.
Order. Don't Boruku, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records, and we were sworn in to oversight on the behalf of Kenyans. And this committee is extremely important committee. And if the member who is seconding, he has talked about cartels. Is he in order to talk about the cartels without mentioning the names so that the people of the Republic of Kenya can be able to understand who are these cartels who have been causing trouble when it comes to the issues of unga. The issues of unga is an extremely pertinent issue, Mr. Speaker. It's an issue which we cannot It's an issue, actually it's a security.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I am on record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for coming to my rescue. I think, Honorable Rugu, unless you are not living in Kenya, you know we have cartels in this country, so we don't need to elaborate. But since I cannot substantiate on that, then maybe for the record, I withdraw that statement on the cartels, but kindly know that there are cartels in this country. So may I proceed? Okay, from our report, our report is very clear that for now, the small-scale millers, as we have stated, they were not in the design and the architecture of this program. They were brought in the 11th hour. They were just told to mill maize, and given that they were within our estates and living within the population, they milled the maize, and when they took their product outside, the population took them, and they were able to sell to those who are available within those precincts. But the design of the project of the maize subsidy was that the large-scale millers, there was a whole chain from the cereals, from the provincial administration, from the security apparatus. All those were supposed to guard that food chain to ensure that it reached the distributors, it reached the wholesalers, and also it reached the retailers. But for the small scale millers, we are urging this House kindly consider the report and alleviate the suffering that these small millers have been going through, so that their money can be released without further delay. As I finish, there is need for this House to look at Article 223 that the current Treasury are using to approve expenditures that are not within our budget. And looking at those expenditures, some of them might not be emergency expenditures. So I'm calling upon this House, let us also relook at that article, and to put caution so that it can only be used when the need arises. Especially, we have noted that as we head towards the election period, there is misuse of Article 223 for government to spend money that has not been voted by this House. So we also call upon, that's what we discovered when we are doing the inquiry, that there is need to guard on the utilization of Article 223 by the Treasury officials. Otherwise, I second and I call this House to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable David Kiplagat. Before I propose the motion for debate, I wish to recognize the pupils from the following schools: Komotobo Secondary School, Kuria East in Migori County; Kinungi Primary School, Naivasha, from Naivasha in Nakuru County; and Kakenya Center of Excellence from Kilgoris in Narok County; Ntepes Primary School from Samburu East in Samburu County; students from Eburu Secondary School, Gilgil, Nakuru County; and students from Teresia Schools in Gilgil, Nakuru County. They are all welcome to follow the proceedings of the House this afternoon, and we welcome them warmly. Honorable members, I therefore proceed to propose the motion that this House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on its inquiry into the maize flour subsidy program for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 7th June 2023. The Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as we debate this motion, it's important to remember the purpose behind the introduction of that maize subsidy, because that seems sometimes to be getting lost in the discussions, that because of prolonged droughts last year, towards the end of the year, the government of the day noted that the prices of unga were rising all the way beyond 200 shillings per 2 kilogram packet. And so the government made a decision, which in my opinion was a very, very decent decision to support the Kenyan public by subsidizing that product, so that the prices were actually targeted to go down to 100 shillings. So the idea was a noble idea. The idea was a brilliant idea, and I think the government was showing that it has a heart, and the government cares for the people of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, the first thing we need to clear is that the idea was good. But, Mr. Speaker, what has happened is that despite a brilliant idea, there is so much agony. There is agony to the people that supplied this maize. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Section 43 of the committee report indicates to us that some of the millers are saying, due to the non-payment, they are suffering, facing closure due to the debt burden. Some of them have lost jobs. There is operational losses. There are broken families, Mr. Speaker, broken families as a result of non-payment. And then, of course, finally, they say that they have reduced faith in government, Mr. Speaker, because they did a deal, a contract with government, and were not paid. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we must make it very clear that government exists in perpetuity. Government does not exist because somebody is in the office of the president. The office of the president can change hands. The leadership of the country in terms of political parties can change hands, but government exists in perpetuity. And these people that supplied have the right to be paid. And I'm happy that finally the committee is also seeing some sense in some of them being paid, although there's still a lot of opaqueness within the whole deal. Mr. Speaker, I sympathize with the committee because the committee actually was trying to squeeze, I think, water out of a rock. Because, Mr. Speaker, they have conflicting details from every organization that came to them. The Ministry of Agriculture, the Cereal Millers Association, the Grain Millers Grain Mill Owners Association, and all of them were giving different figures. And Mr. Speaker, that tells me that there is a problem. It makes me smell a rat in the whole of this deal. Because, Mr. Speaker, Article 10 of the Constitution is very clear about the issue on values and principles of good governance. One of the most important tenets is the issue of transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker, and also public participation and involvement of the public. Mr. Speaker, there is too much opaqueness in this whole deal that I feel that there are people who are trying to hide information so that they could gain. Mr. Speaker, this matter is a straightforward matter. I mean, Mr. Speaker, look at it this way. The Ministry of Agriculture decided that they will procure maize flour for purposes of bringing down the price. Mr. Speaker, all they needed to tell us is who did they contract, how much was supplied, what was the supply price, what was paid or who was paid, and who has not been paid. But when we come here, it is, CMA are giving a figure, GMOA are giving a figure, the ministry is sometimes almost acting fluid, AFA is also not giving their own figures. Mr. Speaker, it is so unfortunate. And so that tells me that there must be some greed and some corruption that took place within this deal. That clearly must be what has happened, Mr. Speaker, because when you find that there is opaqueness in the information that is being shared, it means somebody somewhere was benefiting and they did not want that to come out. But, Mr. Speaker, it was surprising that the Grain Miller Owners Association, they are saying that when they were supplying, they did not supply to the value chain, so it didn't even end up in the shops. In fact, it is so shocking because I've seen Section 55 says that they were supplying their neighbors. Who are their neighbors? And how was that being accountable? Mr. Speaker, this thing is so unfortunate, but I want to say that the idea was brilliant. If we ever go back to doing some subsidy program, we must think through from the beginning till the end so that we can have some efficiency.
No, I'll allow Honorable Mbui 1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying it's important that as we are dealing with these things, let us find a way that we can slay this dragon called corruption. Mr. Speaker, I think that's basically the bottom line in the whole of this arrangement. Let us deal with corruption. Let us have an effective government dealing with corruption. Let us have an executive that cares for the people so that Kenya can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
In listening to the chairman of the committee and the second of the motion, you see or you hear undertones of something wrong done, but you don't see it in the recommendations. This chance goes to the Honorable Indikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was waiting for this report like any other member of parliament, but an issue congratulatory note goes to the chairman of the committee for taking a bold step to start an inquiry. Because this issue of subsidy has been used by both political divines. We were looking for explanations about the subsidy because we are told that the unga prices will go down to 100, and we are waiting for it, but we never saw it. When we joined the government, we said we will bring the prices for unga down, which we are doing. But the time has come that we say we call a spade a spade. This is not about the Kenya Kwanza government, it's about Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the idea which the leader of minority, the whip, is purporting to be was a good idea, to me I see it as a business decision of an organized criminal element of people who sat together and found out the best way of lying to Kenyan is propagating for introduction of the subsidy. If there is a case study of PhD, is that. And it's very unfortunate that people criticizing the government for corruption, insensitivity, are the same people who perpetuated this program. Very unfortunate it did. We all know. I will agree there's some data which is missing from this report. But what the committee has done is they looked at the good suppliers and millers, and they focused on that. And that's what they are saying we approve. One of the things that the chairman should do is now to give us the list of those good millers to accompany as a detail for the 500 million that they have said we need to pay to those millers. And Mr. Speaker, once that one is done, we'll ask the committee to go back and give us the list of those bad millers they have identified, and so that we can see whether we can blacklist them. I am not going to agree to the fact that some of these millers failed. They stopped manufacturing. Now they are suffering. When they were eating Kenyan money, they were enjoying. This is their time. This is their time to pay back. This is their time to be named. This is their time to be blacklisted. They have to take the consequences. And we should not shy away from that. This government is doing whatever it can do to make sure there is food on the table, fertilizer, etc. Now making sure that the prices of meals have gone down. Those people who conspired with the then government must be brought to book, must be exposed, so that we don't see them with their good levels of so and so manufacturers, but they are the same guys who ate and consumed Kenyan money and produced nothing to go to reducing the cost of unga. Mr. Speaker, we cannot politicize this. And I ask my very good friend, I respect very much, he's my senior. I actually have taken him as my mentor, though directly, because there are certain things that I like, others I don't like. What we are saying is, every time we stand, we should not speak negativity of this government, which has been in power for 8 months. So I agree that there is a deficiency in that report, and the chairman and the committee can give us another report, that which will include what is omitted on this. The list of the manufacturers who are not being paid, the reason why they are not being paid.
Member for Chesumei. Honorable Buruku, I would request that you be patient and wait for your turn. Yeah. Member for Siaya. Member for Siaya. Do you want to speak on this?
Thank you for this opportunity. Much as I would have loved to participate in another, contribute to another bill, but I still want to say that the issue of maize is still going on, and it is a big issue. It has never been resolved, but I think that the smaller millers who's owned by, by the government, over 500 million, should be settled. These are young millers who are struggling, and they're badly off, much as they really want to get involved in agriculture and ensure that they also make their own money, and also to support the country in terms of food security. I think they should be paid, and I will support that. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss this report with a very heavy heart. Mr. Speaker, a very heavy heart that I cannot support this report. Mr. Speaker, because it is basically on sympathy that the small millers are suffering. But it does not give you the whole context. You get the impression that much more serious things have happened, but you don't see it in the report. We start by saying that these millers supplied the flour to the wholesalers, and it was not their responsibility to know what happened thereafter. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say that these millers supplied the flour to neighboring families, and they do not know who these neighboring families are. So, Speaker, the report then goes to say there was a multi-agency team comprising of various government agencies that was put in place to oversee the program at all stages. You do not even get to know how this multi-agency was linking with these small millers that we are sympathizing with. It then leaves you that it then tells you that the shifted maize meal was not stamped subsidy, and therefore it gives you the impression that it went into the market and was probably just sold as any other maize meal. What it leaves you with, Mr. Speaker, is that we are paying people the maize that was supposed to be bought by Kenyans were bought at the expensive prices, but we are now paying because they should have bought them at lower prices. They did not. So what is our rationale? I think that this report came out prematurely. It should have come with clear details of who did what. I don't want to help some people without knowing who I should punish. I would first of all want to know who to punish for this sin. Then I say, okay, these guys suffered because of these people. But we are left by saying the small millers, I presume this is the grain millers, the grain mill owners association. And I'm also assuming that the cereal millers association are probably the big ones, because that is what is coming out of the report. So, Mr. Speaker, this report was in the right way, but I think we need to know exactly what happened before we make this payment. This is my view. I know it's painful for me because I'm told that these people are suffering. True, they are suffering. But I'm also very worried that if I'm in a business and there was a lot of issue at this time and I'm milling maize, I'm taking it out. I also live in the same area. I don't go there to see whether anybody is buying the maize I milled at the price I was supposed to mill it at. I can't say I completely didn't know what was happening. So, Mr. Speaker, this report, we need a more detailed report. If it can come quickly so that we really help these small millers that we are saying are suffering, while we know exactly. That's word of cartels. Let's have it and know who these cartels are. These multi-agency teams, let's know who they are and put them to task as we pay these people. But we can't just do a quick job and pay these people without knowing. My fear is that if we do that, there is no more heat, the matter goes. So me, Mr. Speaker, with a very, very heavy heart, I do not support this report. I oppose it.
Thank you. I can't see, I'm trying to follow the list and the members I can't see. The Honorable Cecilia Ngitit of Turkana. I thought I saw her. Member, the Honorable Irene Mayaka. The Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this report is done by a member, the chairman. It's a member of our coalition, the Kenya Kwanza Coalition. And Mr. Speaker, I would be very happy to support the report. But Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this report. And I want to oppose it with very strong terms, possible. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have a very cardinal responsibility given by the people of Kenya to tell them the truth, but only the truth. And when I listened to the presentation done by the chairman and seconded by a member of the committee, Mr. Speaker, there is too much left out, or even there is more than meet the eye. Mr. Speaker, every departmental committee of this House has the powers, judicial powers, to call anybody and to ask for any evidence possible, so that that evidence can be read, can be tabled in this House, so that the Kenyans can be able to know what is exactly happening within the public sector. The matters UNGA, Mr. Speaker, touches the core of the even security of this nation. We have seen very violent demonstrations done because of the UNGA, not only in this country, but also in other nations in the world. So these are very important matters of the nation which should be investigated by the departmental committee without fear or favor of anything, Mr. Speaker. We cannot rush to conclude that we authorize payment of 1.3 billion Kenyan shilling without us being told, without Kenyans being told, how the entire program of subsidy started, what the companies which were involved, what are the names of those companies, What are the directors of those companies? For how long they have been in operation? And how much the subsidy? If the second of the motion of these reports has talked about cartels, Mr. Speaker, the Departmental Committee of Agriculture has a responsibility bestowed to that committee by the people of Kenya to unearth who are these cartels who are running away with the subsidy money, which is supposed to take care of the poor of this nation. I have not heard anything like that in this report. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I beseech all the members of this House to find the reason to reject this report, to oppose this report. The Committee of Agriculture should go back. And I know the leadership of the committee is an able man. He's an extremely well-educated man who can be able to go to the core of this matter so that we can have a proper report of even 500 pages if need be, so that the truth about the subsidy program can be known. We cannot give Kenyans half-truth. We cannot give Kenyans Sunday work. We have to tell the Kenyans the truth, Mr. Speaker. And if there are people who are culpable, they should face full force of the authority of this House. Because this House is powerful, it has authority, and anybody who did wrong as far as subsidy program is concerned, that person, that company, should be in a position to face full force of the authority of this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to oppose this report in totality the way it has been presented in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Busia. Want to speak on this?
Mr. Speaker, I'm preparing to speak in the next one because we have a report.
The Honorable Sunkuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support this report. Mr. Speaker, the maize subsidies actually began much earlier than the very last one that was done, which I think is the subject matter of this report. Originally, the government had wanted to fix the prices of unga at 90 shillings per 2 kg. And at that time, the government imported maize, and the National Cereals and Produce Board sold the maize at 2,300 shillings per 90 kgs. And at that time, the millers were allowed to buy maize at a cheaper price on condition that they sold the maize, the unga, at 90 shillings per 2 kg. Now, at that time, Mr. Speaker, the one thing that the millers were required to do was to write the price of unga on the packet, say 90 kg. And that was complied on for too. The unga was sold very nicely and shillings, 120, and continued escalating. Towards the last election, the prices of unga started going very high. And in order to bring down the prices, the government implemented a subsidy program. And that subsidy program was given to a few millers. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, these millers were not required to write on the packets the amount of money that they were going to sell, the price of the unga. So the subsidy was given, the unga was lowered in terms of its price, and it went on like that, and the millers had to sign a contract, and they signed an undertaking that they were going to do that, and the government signed an undertaking to pay them. I admit, Mr. Speaker, that there were some respects in which this subsidy was not well conducted, because it was not easy to identify in the market which unga was subsidized and which one was not. But subsidized unga was sold. Now the problem is we have a new government, and the new government is a successor of that government. In fact, a huge component of this government was the former government. Now here in our hands, we have an issue. Should the new government abrogate the contracts that were made by the other government just because it was not well implemented? The report has pointed out the errors of that day. But the report has also said that the obligations must be met, and that we as a House must factor in the budget the payment of these subsidies. And I see myself that we really have no choice. The Committee of Agriculture, in its wisdom, has seen that we have no choice. Mr. Speaker, let the government pay the subsidies because the government undertook to pay the subsidies. In future, they should do what they did originally. They should state the price of unga before, and they should make the subsidized unga identifiable in the market. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, this report is good. I support it, and I therefore rest my case now.
Member for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by saying any subsidy program for unga in this country since independence has always been a scandal. Starting with the famous Paul Ngei experience.
Honorable Mutunga, what is out of order?
Even up to the time.
Order. Honorable Mutunga, you seem to be.
I hope they have paused my time.
Go ahead. Seems you don't have the mic. Go ahead, Honorable.
Okay. We've always experienced a national scandal every time we speak of maize importation to subsidize unga in this country. Right from independence, if you remember the saga that involved the late freedom fighter Paul Ngei. Up to the time when I was also chief of staff, I was accused of being engaged in some malfeasance with imported maize. So I took a lot of time to try and understand how this thing works. Mr. Speaker, it is, I think, a short-term measure that is open to abuse to imagine that the government can control price of unga by simply importing maize and giving it to millers to mill and sell. What normally happens is that the procurement processes ever since are never transparent, and there's a curious timing. Maize is always imported either after elections or towards elections. Throughout, if you see all the instances when we've been importing maize. Now, what happens is when you import the maize, and normally it is through National Cereals and Produce Board, and hopefully you give it to maize millers to mill it, the story on importation is normally very clear. It is imported at a certain fixed price, then given to NCPP. But the millers never access it to NCPP at that price because there are intermediaries in between who buy it from NCPP and sell it eventually to the millers. That is where the corruption starts. And Mr. Speaker, why do we want to regulate the price of unga? It's either because the market forces of supply and demand have collapsed and there's not enough maize in the market. I don't think that is an issue that should be addressed by subsidizing the price of unga. It should be addressed by other means so that the prices can be maintained. In my view, the long-term solution
to this problem is having what we call strategic grain reserve that should be kept at all times by the government, which is then released to the market whenever there's a shortage, instead of rushing to import maize. And then I think we should also continue developing and deepening the operations of our commodities market to try and create stability in prices of this essential commodity. Now, turning to this report, Mr. Speaker, I would like to oppose it because I don't think it goes deep enough, and I don't think it deals with what the key issue is. What worries me most when I read this report is I can clearly see that there was no financial tracing, what we call follow the money. There's not been any attempt to follow the money. If we want to unearth this scandal, the 4 billion that was paid, let us be told when it left IFMIS, it went to A, B, C, D, and let us get the names of those people. The same way, we should also get the full list of the so-called small-scale suppliers of unga, whom we are recommending should be paid 500 million. There is no list. Without knowing who the beneficiaries are, we surely cannot go and interrogate what the underlying contracts are. And either we follow the money or do what is called financial tracing and get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, it is so clear that the 4 billion, because we never saw this, we were all in this country, we never saw this cheap unga. Yeah? We don't know where it was, but somebody was paid. So I think the committee should go back and do a forensic audit, or if you don't have the capacity, do what we did during the Grand Coalition. Call PwC or Deloitte and Touche as we did. Let them do the financial tracing for you on the payments of 4 billion that were made. Let them tell us who received the money. Let us go and audit their books, their industrial production records, and see whether they produced this maize and sold it in the market. And we will get to the bottom of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Mosop. Honorable Mutunga, you will have a chance during your reply. That's my determination on this matter. You will have a chance to reply to all this. So the best thing to do is to take notes. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me to comment on this particular motion. I stand here to support this particular report of the committee on this issue of subsidizing the maize millers. Mr. Speaker, the committee took a very long time to investigate on this matter. They sat down, they were able to actually reach out to the parties that were actually involved on this particular matter of subsidy. And after a lengthy report and also doing their own investigation, Mr. Speaker, it is very evident that, of course, there were deficiencies on this particular issue of subsidy. The contracts that was issued by the ministry was totally different from the contracts, of course, that was signed by the small-scale millers. But that should not be an excuse as to why they should not be paid for providing subsidized maize. So, Mr. Speaker, after reading this report carefully, I've taken quite a bit of time to read through the report of the committee. And I saw the time that they took until they talked to Treasury, they talked to all the stakeholders, and based on this, the multi-agency team comprising of various government agencies were put into place to oversee the program in all the stages. And it says, however, the team did not provide a report on areas of coverage of the subsidy maize flour. Obviously, if the government agencies, multi-agencies were involved in overseeing the program, then they may have failed, but some way, somehow, the maize was distributed to individuals. Some people bought it. There are some areas that says they sold it to small neighborhoods. They may not have used the regular distribution chains, but that is not a reason not to pay the people who supplied the maize. The amount of money owed to CMA submitted to the committee was different from the amount of money that they were demanding the ministry to pay, as seen from the letter that was attached to by the presentation. So the committee took their time. They were able to really be very careful in what they were saying and what they were doing, and I believe this report, Mr. Speaker, that has been brought to us is very genuine, and I support that they should be paid because nobody should be able to have given their maize and then at the end of the day, the government says they were not responsible or they are not going to pay. So the 500 million owed to the members of the Grain Millers Association should be factored into the budget estimate of the financial year 23-24. I do support, and I believe this is a genuine and credible report, and I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to support the report of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kabondo Kasipul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong the world over in giving subsidies. And we have seen countries like the US, the UK, and several others in the developed world giving subsidies to their citizens. Mr. Speaker, from what we had seen, the intentions, the subsidy was given as a measure to cushion the citizens to affordable levels of buying maize flour. And maize, we all know, is the staple diet of the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, it appears from the report that some people may have taken advantage to make money out of this subsidy. Mr. Speaker, as I support the report, with a rider that an audit be carried out with full disclosure on who did what. Mr. Speaker, as it is, the report is inconclusive, and I urge the committee to just put in a little bit of meat, just a little bit more, and we finalize on this matter. Those who genuinely supplied should not be victimized. They should be paid for the services that they rendered. Thank you very much. Once again, I support, but with a rider of an audit on full disclosure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Turkana East.
Honorable Speaker, I arise to read the motion of adjournment.
Order, member. I thought the chance was to you to contribute on the motion. So what do you want to do? The motion for adjournment is for 5:30, not now yet. This chance goes to Honorable Ngeleche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise under Article 95 of the Standing Orders. Wish to call the mover to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There is a motion on the floor that the mover will be called upon to reply. And that decision has been made by the membership. I therefore put the question that the mover will be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to have 6 minutes. And in those 6 minutes, I beg to give my colleagues on the other side 1.5 minutes each, 2 of them. Then I'll reply. Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
I wish to donate 1 minute to each of those ladies because they have been striving to...
The Honorable Mutumbe, you are in order, but these are also rules and regulations.
Okay.
On this particular matter, I'd already given a chance to the member for Busia, which she forwent. I already called out the member, the Honorable Mayaka. She wasn't in the house. So maybe the person who would be in order to contribute would be the Honorable Fatuma. Yeah. And members, before she does that, it's just good to be out of courtesy to explain that fact, that when you put your card and request to speak, and for example, you forgo your chance, like what Honorable Member for Busia did, it's already indicated that you've contributed in the motion. And our regulations don't allow you to contribute to a motion twice. That's why I'm not able to allow the Member for Busia to contribute again on this matter. Honorable Fatuma, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. I would like to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, the Kenyans who ate that maize, that the price was reduced courtesy of the subsidy, had a good benefit out of it. We saved them from death because hunger brings death. I think it would be unfair to punish the farmers for giving us maize at a reduced price we refuse to pay now. I think it would not be fair to play politics with this. We do understand that the subsidy was a product of the past regime. But when something is good, do not just deny an opportunity for that thing to show its goodness because a new government has come in place. So I request that kindly this government should honor what the previous government did. The former regime did a bad job according to them. So punishing our farmers is punishing poor Kenyans. The farmers are the people who feed us. If we don't pay them, it means that they will go broke. They go broke, they will not be able to continue with their business of doing farming. So I, in totality, support this motion, and I urge Kenyans to support it. They did an investigation on the small-scale farmers, and it was done on broad daylight. It was on television. We all watched it. And now it is unfortunate that we come here and say that we do not support what they said. We had an opportunity to raise this in the committee, even if you're not a member of Agriculture Committee, and you saw what was being showed on television was not right according to you. You had an opportunity to go to the committee and say, give out your views. I support this motion, and I request the government to respect what the former regime did. It was a good idea. In fact, I'm requesting the current regime to also bring a subsidy on maize so that Kenyans can have food. It is the reason why we went on the streets. We were saying we want unga. Please do what is good for Kenyans, and let's stop politics when it comes to Kenyans' health and life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I wish to communicate that the reply to this motion will be done in the next sitting, and the request for the next order, which, as you members know, is supposed to start at 5:30, and it's a motion of adjournment by the Honorable Nicole. The Honorable Nicholas Nkolong, that is your chance now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 33-1, I take lead for the adjournment of this House for the purpose of discussing definite matter of urgent national importance regarding insecurity in Turkana East constituency and the North Rift in general. Honorable Speaker, there have been recent cases of insecurity in Turkana East constituency, with the raids witnessed from the neighboring community leading to loss of lives and livestock. On Thursday, 27th of July this year, bandits attacked villagers at Lomelo Center, killing one person, injured another one, and stealing a known number of livestock. In addition, On Monday, 31st of July, 2023, 4 people, namely Mr. Ezinyen Aletia Promoe, of ID number 32870974, the late Mr. Ingolan Ayton, of ID number 24389833, and the late Etir Chaptai, of ID number 2009-1399, and the late Lopem Akiyokori were killed by bandits believed to be from Tiate constituency. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter of great national concern with a view of exploring possible and lasting solutions for sustaining peace in Turkana East and North Rift. Honorable Speaker, it is of this matter that it has come to my concern for this House to discuss over this issue of banditry in the North Rift, where Turkana is also affected because we hail from the North Rift. Mr. Speaker, life has no replacement. And as stand here today, the people I represent from Turkana East, they have suffered a lot. 38 people have lost life for the period of 8 months. That is from January to date. 21 people injured, and a good number of livestock being stolen by bandits, of which, Mr. Speaker, when we mention and say the community by name, calling by name for cause, sometimes we do say, let's not criminalize the community. But my question to the security agency is, if we are not supposed to criminalize the communities, from 1954, before I was born, to date, where are these criminals from these communities? Because we are supposed to be mentioning these communities by saying the Pokos or the Turkana or the Samburu, they have raided or they have killed people. We have been told, let's be specific with our information. Can these criminals be identified and brought to books of law? Because we cannot continue losing life. When we talk of 38 lives being lost within the period of 8 months, which is an average of 5 people in a month, Mr. Speaker, if we give a period of 5 years, the period will be representing these people. How many people are we going to lose in Turkana East? Mr. Speaker, this issue of banditry in the North Rift must come to an end. And this country, or we as the leadership of this country, we need to wake up and tell Kenyans what is happening in the North Rift. Because we cannot continue through all these regimes. We have been talking about this issue. Imagine I'm talking of this issue starting sometimes back before I was born. Now I am the member of parliament now, speaking on this issue. Where are we heading to as a country? For how long will these people continue losing their life? Mr. Speaker, the Turkana people, the people I represent, they have a right to go to school. As I speak here, some students in my constituency, they have not gone to school since the start of this year. If I give an example of Napayton, Nadome, Kamuge, Lomelo, those kids, they have not gone to school just because of insecurity. And other Kenyans, they are just learning smoothly all over the country. And we are taking this issue as just a normal issue. Is it not our right, the right of those kids to go to school? Mr. Speaker, as Kenyans also, we have a right to travel. As I speak here, some roads in my constituency, they are not passable. not because you have rainfall, not because there's something wrong, but because of banditry. The attackers, they are killing people, burning vehicles along those roads. The road from Lokori to Kapedo, it is impossible, not because of anything else, but because of these attackers. The road from Lokori via Kamuge to Kapedo, it is impossible, not because of anything, just because of these attackers. The road from Lokwamozing to Lochiakula, it is impossible, not because of anything, but because of this menace of attacks. Mr. Speaker, we are also Kenyans, and we have a right to health. As I speak here, some health institutions in my constituency, they have been banned, some they have been destroyed, and people, they are not getting treatment just because those health facilities, they were banned by these bandits from the Pokot community. And by so doing, people are dying just because they are not getting treatment, because the health centers, they were banned. If I can give you an example, the health center at Napeitom Center, it was banned on 1st of August last year, before we went to election, where we lost about 19 people. They were burned alive. Mr. Speaker, we have a right to also to live. As I speak here, I have said we have lost 38 people. These are Kenyans who are supposed to live, but they have denied by these people, they have denied them their right to live. Mr. Speaker, as also Kenyans, we have a right to be represented. As I speak here, I do miss the session of this house, just not because I don't want to be here, but to go down there and convince my people and bury them. Mr. Speaker, it is really a serious issue which needs to be to get a concern from the government agency.
Give me a minute to wind up. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we also have a right to our own property, of which people from my constituency, they don't want, some of them, their property have been destroyed, some stolen, and now they own anything now, they don't have anything now to own. And the other thing also, Mr. Speaker, we have also the right to alienate anywhere in this country as per the constitution. But now some areas in my constituency, people have been chased away, and they have become displaced. And it's their right to live where they have decided to live. The other issue also, Mr. Speaker, which I want the security team to know, is the operation in the North Rift. We are talking of operation being in the North Rift. But as I speak here, there is nothing like operation in the North Rift. Because if operation is in the North Rift, where are these helicopters we are talking about? Where are the security officers we are talking about? Where are these tankers we are talking about? It is nothing going on in the North Rift in the name of operation. The government needed to address the issue of operation in North Rift so that we can avoid losing lives of these people. In fact, women, they are being killed. It is a shame for men to kill women and children. If in our culture, if a man dies, if you are killed looking after your livestock, we do say you have killed in the line of duty, because that's our duty. We look after our animals, we protect them. So it is our duty. But why to kill women? Why to kill pregnant women? Why to kill small kids? It is a shame to these people who are killing these women, who are just innocent. Mr. Speaker, I had a lot to say, but because of time, I can give my colleagues to contribute over this issue, which is emotional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Turkana, Honorable Cecilia Ngitit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise up to add my voice on the adjournment motion tabled by my colleague, Honorable Nicholas Nkor, MP for Turkana East. Mr. Speaker, this is the second time in less than 6 months that we are tabling an adjournment motion talking about insecurity in the north. And in this particular moment, we are talking about Turkana East. Honorable Speaker, so much is happening in Turkana, and I don't know why is the government paying a deaf ear and a blind eye to our cry. Honorable Speaker, many people have been killed in Turkana due to banditry. If you look at today's issue raised by Honorable Nicholas Nkolong, 4 of his members are lying lifelessly just on their soil in Turkana. Not that they had gone to aggressively attack anyone else, but they have been killed in their own home place. Honorable Speaker, even today as we speak here, one of our roads is not passable, an A1 road, Kitale to Lodwa. Today, a shuttle that was en route Lodwa via Kainuk was attacked. Bullets were just sprayed indiscriminately. 1 person has been killed, and many people are critically injured, Mr. Speaker. And then there is a new one that has started again. Our border riders are never safe today in Turkana. When they are driving in those bushy roads in our rural places, they are just sprayed bullets and their bikes are taken away. And all these atrocities are committed by none other but our neighbors Pokots, Bwana Speaker. I don't know what is happening. There is an operation going on in Turkana and Pokot, but attacks are so rampant than before. The security agencies down there are in bed with bandits. We are even told bandits charge their phones in their security homes as they carry their guns along with them. Honorable Speaker, even our game park, our game reserve is now a grazing land by our neighbors, and our wild animals are not safe. They are being killed for their sources or something. So, Honorable Speaker, it is so sad in Turkana. As the Honorable Nkolong puts it, our children have not gone to school.
Member for Inapkoi, what's out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 83. Mr. Speaker, the matters that the members of Parliament from Turkana are raising are extremely important, very serious, and it warrants the Cabinet Secretary in charge of security to appear before this House to respond to these issues. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, to ask my very good friend, the Honorable Nkikoro, if you can direct him to seek answers from the Cabinet Secretary? Because listening to them, Mr. Speaker, we will all ventilate on this motion in a very animated manner and with a lot of compassion. But unfortunately, we will not be able to resolve anything. Would I be in order, Mr. Speaker, that you direct the Honorable Nkikoro to bring in a question to order the Speaker, to order the Cabinet Secretary to stand here and respond to the issues that the members have raised that are extremely very serious and of serious concern to the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Article 95 of the Constitution provides that members of Parliament resolve matters that are of concern to the people.
Right.
This is one of the matters which the Cabinet Secretary for Security should appear here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Chepkonga, the point is well taken, but the member also availed himself to another standing order of the House. He doesn't extinguish his right to bring a question. Yeah, he also has a right, using a standing orders, to bring a motion of adjournment, which he has done. Honorable Nkikoro is listening to you. That option is available to him in the future. For now, we'll go on with the debate on the motion as moved. Honorable Cecilia, proceed. There you are.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same note, Honorable Speaker, our Constitution provides that every Kenyan has a right for security, a right for his or her property to be protected, Honorable Speaker. But the Turkana person is not assured of the security. Neither is the property owned down there in terms of livestock is assured or secure as per the law, Honorable Speaker. So I normally sit down and just cry that, do we belong to this country? Do the Turkana people belong to this country, Honorable Speaker? Do we have to lose? How many people do we have to lose? Especially to our neighbors, our fellow Kenyans, by the name of Pokots, for the government to come to our rescue, Bwana Speaker. How many women must die for this government to hear our cry? How many children must die for this government to hear our cry, Bwana Speaker? It is high time I'm crying to you, Honorable Kindiki. It is high time you come down there, just find out what is the problem with our neighbors. I have talked many things in this house, and I've even come up to know that it is about land. These people want to kill our people so that they are scared out of their land, and then they occupy this land. But we are telling you, until the last Turkana breathes on this earth, we will not lose even an inch of our land to you. However many people you will kill all of us, not an inch of our land will go away. We have protected our land even from the external aggression. Bwana Speaker, Turkana people are being killed by Ethiopians. Turkana people are killed by Sudanese. Turkana people are killed by Ugandans. And here we are killed by Kenyans. Who are we? Who are we, Bwana Speaker? Are we children of a lesser God? So, Bwana Speaker, please, I don't know if we are getting solutions in this house. If we can have an adjournment motion of the same topic in less than 6 months and nothing has happened. I brought an adjournment motion here 3 months ago. Nothing has happened as we speak. Instead, bandits do charging of their phones in those camps where the military are doing the operations from. Instead, the commanders of the military are in bed with leaders of another community, and then most of us, we don't even know who they are. Bwana Speaker, it is so sad. It is so sad. Now, I'm appealing to the leaders from our neighbors. Please talk to your people. Pursue the Turkana people until when you are satisfied. But please, spare the innocent travelers. Spare the innocent travelers who are just traveling. Mr. Speaker, the last weekend, we buried a ward administrator who was shot dead on our way. The other month, we buried a university student who was ferrying a sick mother to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. She was killed, and the mother was suffering from cancer. And I want to thank my governor. He paid for the medical bill for that mother to be flown to India recently. Bwana Speaker, things that are happening down in Turkana will not make you to be a proud leader. I am not a proud leader of the Turkana people today, because the people I represent are dying every minute. Not because of sickness, but because of insecurity. Honorable Speaker, I think I have no enough words. I have no enough words in this house to just describe the same thing. I just want to rest it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I recognize the presence of polling schools in the Speaker's Gallery. Lona Laboso Secondary School from Sotik in Bomet County. Genesis Secondary School from Kapenguria, West Pokot. We welcome the students from these schools to follow the proceedings of the House this evening. The next speaker would be the Honorable Paul. Order, the Honorable Anjala. You just walked in. The Honorable Paul Biego of Chesumei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add in a bit of weight to what is being discussed in the adjournment motion about our great people from Turkana County. As I sit here and hear the members of parliament actually articulating their points so emotionally, I also feel a bit embarrassed that the things that are being discussed each and every time, and there is no solution. And actually, as the senior member also stood on a point of order and was requesting that the CS be here or be summoned, I think I strongly support that, because if the member of parliament from Turkana has raised the same issue 3 months ago and nothing has happened, then there is a big problem, Mr. Speaker. I feel the plight of the Turkana people, and that is why I congratulate the member of parliament from Turkana East, Honorable Nicholas, for having actually brought this This should actually be declared as a national disaster. And if people actually who are innocently traveling or transversing the country, little do they know that they are going to meet their death, and or not natural calamities, but because of fellow human beings, it is quite unfortunate. And we call upon the government, the security agencies, to actually come to speed so that this issue is resolved. Mr. Speaker, for how long will we be just talking without action? For how long will we see members of parliament shedding tears in the floor of the House and no action is being taken place? It's a real big shame for the security agencies, and actually, as a matter of urgency, as a matter of actually quick action, something ought to be done, and the Minister of Internal Security should actually act as immediate as now. Because if we are being told that there are 4 bodies lying lifeless as we speak, what about tomorrow? What about the next day? So I think there is more to it, Mr. Speaker, than meets the eye. And it is very unfortunate that it is not even external threat. External threat in that region is there because they are being killed also by foreigners. But in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, it is our own Kenyans. Kenyans living within that region. It is just because of issues to do with maybe cattle rustling. And it is too unfortunate that because of these earthly things of wealth, we are losing lives. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Turkana people really should be taken care of. And that is why I've stood here to support an immediate action. If there is something that this House, this floor you can order, please order for real action to take place. Otherwise, it's very unfortunate, and I'm really very sorry for what is happening in Turkana. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you. I wish that the chairperson of the concerned was in the House today, the chairman of the Committee on Security, because this is a very important motion, I think, and they should be informed accordingly. The Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing this motion to the floor of the House, because this is a matter that is very emotive. And it's actually very sad, Honorable Speaker, to see one of our members shedding tears as she speaks about this, because she knows firsthand the issues that her people are grappling with. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, number one, the fact that we've had this adjournment motion coming here twice now, it is about time that the Minister for Internal Security has a sit-down meeting with all the leaders from Turkana and the people as well, so that they understand what exactly are the issues that they're grappling with. And Honorable Speaker, asking the minister questions when he comes here is not enough, because we need to ventilate on this matter so that he understands, together with these officers, just how much of a grave issue this is. Honorable Speaker, we are having situations in this country where, for example, when we had maandamano in Kisii, and there was no property destroyed, but the police agencies there, they even got extra police officers from Migori, from all over, to beef up that, to come and watch over demonstrators who are just doing peaceful demonstration, instead of beefing up security where it is actually needed. And this is a situation where, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that I don't think the Minister for Internal Security has his priorities right. We cannot have a situation in this country where people are dying and fighting every other day. You're not getting enough police, beefing up police in that particular area, But you want to come and beef up security where we are doing our demonstrations for issues on cost of living. That is having your priorities upside down. And Honorable Speaker, this matter, even as much as we are dealing with it here as an adjournment motion, I also think that this is a matter that needs much more concentration on. This is a matter that as a country we need to speak about. Because today it could be Turkana, we don't know if tomorrow it will be Baringo, or the other day it could be closer to our areas where we stay, or the borders where we stay. We don't know who will be affected next. And Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, when such things happen, the people who get affected the most are our mothers and our children. They're the ones who suffer the most. And that is why it is not surprising when you see the Honorable member for Turkana crying tears when she is talking about these issues. Because as a mother, she feels it more than anyone else. And Honorable Speaker, as I conclude so that we give other members enough time to speak about this, it's just to urge the government of the day that security is a vital, important issue that cannot be dealt with as something that is just a second hand. We cannot afford and allow this country to deal with security matters in such manner. We cannot allow to be in a country where we have state agencies giving more concentration to demonstrators, something that is covered in Article 37, instead of dealing with the issues that are affecting our fellow Kenyans who are living in the areas of Turkana. Honorable Speaker, so as I speak, I just want to urge and encourage our members from Turkana and tell them that we will continue to speak on this matter along with them. We will continue to support them as they ventilate on this matter until something happens, until there's action from our internal security minister. I thank you.
MB4, Marakwet County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me appreciate the effort by the Member of Parliament from Turkana County. And indeed, Mheshimiwa, it's Mr. Speaker, is painful if we have to be talking about the same thing every now and then. If you read Chapter 4 of the Constitution of Kenya, Article 26, every person has a right to life. And if you read Article 27, it says every person is equal before the law and has a right to protection and equal benefits of the law. Mr. Speaker, at times it's very frustrating whenever a member of parliament becomes helpless. If a member of parliament, like my sister Cecilia, is almost crying in the floor of the house because of the insecurity in our region, you can imagine what the other people in Turkana County are feeling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue, as much as the government is trying, we appreciate what the government is doing so far. But then, Mr. Speaker, I think maybe enough is not also done on the culprits or the perpetrators of banditry. Maybe just the security people are deterring them from attacking. But then we've never seen as many people as we should being charged in our courts of law over the issues of banditry. Because, Mr. Speaker, each and every time, I also am, my county is a victim of the same. But every time there is an attack, the security personnel will react, but none is arrested. None has been charged. We should be seeing more people being taken to the court of law and being charged. Because, Mr. Speaker, at times, if human beings can see just the government talking about it, the criminals might not take it so seriously. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, yesterday in the evening, 3 days ago and yesterday in the evening, there was an attack in Elgeyo-Marakwet County and 2 people were killed. Barely 2 kilometers from there where the security camp is there. That tells you that these human beings are so daring. So long as they get an opportunity to attack and run away, they can't hesitate and give you a chance. Mr. Speaker, I also want to call out on members of parliament, especially from the Pokot County. Many a times when people talk or when people speak in this county, they point fingers at the Pokot leaders. When somebody from Samburu speaks, they point the finger at the Pokot leaders. When a Turkana speaks, the same. When a Marakwet speaks, the same. It is too unfortunate that when you are discussing such an emotive issues, members from that county are missing, completely missing. It means it is not, they are not even remorseful of what other people are going through. It means that it doesn't bother them. The security issue affecting other people is not of their concern. Mr. Speaker, if an issue is being discussed here about Elgeyo Marakwet County, and especially Elgeyo Marakwet being discussed as an aggressor, Mr. Speaker, I must be here to be in solidarity with other members of parliament, to show that at least I feel what other people are going through. But if we all disappear, or we ensure that we are not there when this issue is discussed, it leaves us with more questions than answers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of security has made people poor. People have been robbed of their property. People have been moved from their homes, Mr. Speaker. People are helpless. Nowadays, people don't even travel to Lodwar by road. They'd rather fly or stay. Not because they have money, Mr. Speaker, to fly, but because you're not sure if you will get there or not. Mr. Speaker, each and every time students from Elgeyo Marakwet are admitted to Lodwar High School, their parents cannot let their children go because you are not sure if they will get to where they are going. It leaves you wondering if we are in the same Kenya as the other parts of the country. And maybe that is the reason why people from Turkana, when they are coming to Nairobi, they always say we are going to Kenya. Maybe they feel that they are isolated.
The MP for West Pokot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to say something about the insecurity issues in North Rift. I want to complain loudly that this issue is affecting all or almost 3 counties in North Rift, and that is between Marakwet, Turkana, Pokot, and the others. So I want to also register my complaint that as these leaders from Turkana talk about banditry or Pokot being bandits, I want to say that this is an incitement. It is not in order because I know bandits are people who are unlawful, people who are not having any property to lose. They're just thieves like these ones, like the robbers who are here in Nairobi. So it is not good. It is not in order for the members from Turkana and even my friend from Marakwet to say that all Pokots or Pokots are bandits. I want to say that these people who are killing are just low.
Honorable, the MP for West Pokot, your time is running out.
Before, I want to say that as they complain, they are not mentioning the people who have been killed by Marakwet or by Turkanas. Like recently, 3 weeks ago, 5 ladies were killed in a place called Laminyeusi, and they were killed by suspects from Turkana. I'm not saying those who killed the Pokots are all Turkanas. There are only a few unlawful people. So I want to also say that as we talk about this insecurity issue, let us address it with a lot of sobriety so that we don't condemn and bring animosity among our people. Because as we talk, or as my colleagues from Turkana talk about this, in West Pokot County, we have Turkanas who live in Gacheliba constituency. We have Turkanas who live in Makutano. We have Turkanas who live in Chepareria. And we are not killing them. We are living with them harmoniously. It's only a problem of a few individuals who have sought to kill others because of their own benefits. So as these leaders are complaining, I'm also complaining and requesting the Minister for Insecurity or for Security to take action about those who are killing others, because we all have the right to be protected by the government, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to request all the leaders to speak and preach peace, because as they condemn others, they are also inciting and causing more havoc than good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Catherine Omanya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a staggering moment where when you hear from the sources, the horse's mouth, you just say, I thought this was just something I was reading on the newspaper. So it is happening. I would really want every Kenyan who lives in Turkana or Pokot or any other area in Kenya that has like habitual banditry reports that and nothing is happening. It's like nothing is happening. I think our CS for security should take this as first priority. That area in Kenya is being mined, because if we look at Dubai, Qatar, they are deserts. But when you look at Turkana, with the potential it has, if we had actually our priorities right, Turkana would be feeding Kenya. So this insecurity has actually denied or taken away a lot from that area, because investors would be flocking there. I recently, when I visited in London, there is a monument of a Turkana boy there, and people flock there to just see that monument. If we took that monument back, because it's among our agenda as a country, take it back to Turkana, then when we will have dealt with the insecurity issues, Turkana will turn into a tourist attraction area. The boys, the younger people being raised there, witnessing all this, it causes tragic mental issues. And once somebody is psychologically affected, they can't think about progress. Because if any time they know that their life will be taken away, their life is in danger, then they can't really think progress or development seriously. They'll be surviving. We want every Kenyan to come from survival to thriving. And just recently when I witnessed, especially where I come from, Busia, so many policemen brought there, drawn there, just to go into people's homes, beating people who are seated peacefully. Why don't Kindiki take those many policemen to Turkana and deal with that issue once? Or take those bandits, train them to behave civically, be employed, and then take the police to the real bandits and deal with the situation. So I want actually our Kindiki to listen, especially if he watched my sister Cecile speaking. If he is a daddy and a leader in this nation, the children in Turkana are equally children of Kenya. And our children cannot be raised in an environment where mothers are hiding in the bush to sleep. They can't sleep in the house. If they are sick, somebody's pregnant, how do they even go to a hospital? And do we even have social amenities there? Who can be attracted to develop in a place where they know any time they will be thrown out or they'll be dead? So Turkana should be the Nairobi of northern part of Kenya. Turkana and everybody else who lives there, be it a Pokot or any other tribe, they should enjoy just like any other tribe in Kenya is enjoying. We are actually tired of hearing of Turkana, and we just know we will see a picture of a child with marasmus and kwashako. That is what I know. And then the next thing is the bandits happening again. It is time that our country started reorganizing the priorities so that security issues can be number one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Julius Meli, Chair, Education Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to laud the Member of Parliament for Turkana East for actually raising this matter. This is a matter not for Turkana alone. This is a matter not for North Rift alone. This is a matter of concern to the Republic. It is a matter of great concern, especially if when one part of the Republic has a problem, then the whole country suffers. We don't want to look at it as a matter of the region. And I want to say that we also don't need to actually make one community look like it's a banditry community. There are certain criminals within communities, and they should be treated as criminals. Honorable Speaker, yesterday the CS Interior appeared before the Committee on Education. And the issues we talked about was insecurity in Northeastern, more so specifically how Al-Shabaab has actually killed a number of teachers, how it has affected education in Wajir, Marsabit, Tana River, and all that former northern frontier areas. So, Honorable Speaker, the kind of insecurity in Turkana is affecting education, it is affecting health, it is affecting tourism, it is affecting even the investment of this country. That is why when Honorable Chepkonga raised the issue that the CS should appear before the House, it is quite in order, because it is not a matter that we are actually going to debate and stop it there. It is a matter which is of great concern, because any investor outside there, when he sees a malnourished Turkana child, or a child from Garissa or Mandera or any part of this republic, it is Kenya. They don't want to just apportion to a particular region. So it is very important as we speak right now that what the Minister for Interior, and I want to laud him because of the kind of work he did in trying to restore normalcy in the areas of Baringo, West Pokot, and even Elgeyo Marakwet. Actually, there is some semblance of peace. That kind of force he used, and that kind of commitment that he put, and I want to say, the Excellency, the President said, let him set camps there. If it is possible to set military camps or GSU camps within Turkana or any part of this republic, let it be so that the people can live in peace, so that Kenyans can invest in Turkana, where it is said it has a lot of underground water, it has a lot of natural resources, oil. It is not about shooting, it's not about cows, it is not about anything. It is about the lives of Kenyans. So, Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Kindiki tried to do a lot of good work in Marakwet and other areas, let him have the same resolve to make sure that the people of Turkana, the people of West Pokot, and all Kenyans of all walks of life are living in peace. Even the Kenyans who are in Lamu, in Tana River, and all other areas. And on that note, I also want to ask the leaders that it is not only the government and the police or the guns that are going to bring security. We need to sit down as leaders of the communities, make sure that we talk to our people on the need to coexist and to live as Kenyans. In some instances, Honorable Speaker, it takes, and I want to point this, like what the current government in Somalia is doing in trying to fight Al-Shabaab. They are engaging the local community, because the criminals live among the people. The people who are attacking in Turkana or West Pokot are members of the community. The leaders, the people know them, they need to come out and point out that you are a criminal, you are not killing on behalf of others. Actually, we need to have a very serious outlook on that. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and action needs to be taken, and the CS needs to come and give us his position. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Education Committee. The Honorable Dr. Christine Mbaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to say that the issue of insecurity in this country has been debated in this House severally, and we always come up with what could be done, but we don't seem to apply that. Right now, we were talking, we've seen how in Shakahola, over 400 bodies have been exhumed, and this happened in broad daylight. People died, And when it was discovered, the entire security force were deployed there. Even the president visited the place. Big people, important people visited the place. But we don't seem to care about other areas where insecurity is taking place. Turkana and Northeastern has always had this problem for a long, long time. In Nyanza, we have Migingo. Fishermen are killed all the time. Nobody cares. So we are talking about insecurity, but we are being very selective. Some areas, the government responds very quickly. In some areas, they don't give a damn. What is happening? In my last contribution on this same motion, I suggested, and I felt it was a good one, that at least when insecurity is menacing and it's constantly taking place, the police can be deployed in the area. It does not look like that is happening. We have so many policemen that can be deployed in that area. And we have a strong police force that can curb the happenings that are taking place there. But we don't seem to use them. I don't know what is happening. Why are we not sending police to Northeastern to take care of this banditry? They can do it. I also suggested that you can do curfews. There are many methods that the government can use to stop that. We are very, very good in peacekeeping missions. We always travel. Our security forces are always deployed in other countries to go and bring peace. But we are not peaceful ourselves. These same security forces that bring peace in other countries are not being deployed in our own country to bring peace among ourselves. So I suggest that let us be serious with issues of banditry. Let us be serious with issues of insecurity. Take care of Northeastern. Take care of Shakahola and ensure that that does not happen again. I'm still seeing bodies being exhumed up to now. How many people have died in Shakahola? How many people have died in Turkana? Even if only 2 people are killed, for all these years, how many people have died in Turkana? If you can count the number of bodies that have been killed there. How many? How about Migingo? So we are actually losing so many people in piecemeal. Two women are killed today, the next day 3, and another day 2, another time 5. If you add that in a year, how many people have died? I think we need to address the issue of insecurity very, very seriously, and it's not a matter of laughing. Otherwise, I support the idea that the Minister for Security come to this House and answer some questions. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Mbaka. The Honorable Beatrice Sadagala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance to speak on matters of banditry and the rest in Turkana. Mr. Speaker, it is emotional the way the leaders of Turkana are talking. Now I've heard of the leader of West Pokot. It seems instead of leaders blaming each other, I think it's high time the Minister for Internal Security to be called in this House to answer questions concerning security of areas that are being hit by banditry, and especially Turkana. There are some counties in North Rift. That matter should be followed, Mr. Speaker, and make sure that people are not being killed day and night the way we are seeing. And it's not only the Turkanas. This is a free Kenya, and many Kenyans are staying there, Mr. Speaker. You'll find people coming from Vihiga who are staying in those areas. So it's a matter for national security to ensure Kenyans are safe wherever they are. And it is the duty of the state to ensure Kenyans are living peacefully in most of the counties. It is not only North Rift, the same thing is happening in Lamu, it's happening all over. The Shakahola saga, you're finding that our people we are burying people day and night. Mr. Speaker, this issue of Maliza Uhalifu should be followed to the latter. The area has been actually gazetted as dangerous and a dangerous zone because of the war against the banditry that is taking place and cattle rustling. Turkana, Mr. Speaker, if you look at that land of Turkana, if you can compare with Israel, Turkana is a land that can feed Kenyans. From the onset, Turkana is a rich county. There are several minerals there. And if Turkana can be, it can be an example whereby the government can take charge of that land, do irrigation. This issue of men carrying sufurias for food, it will not occur. Kenyans will be able to be fed. I think it's high time the minister to come into this house to answer questions of members. Instead of, we debated it a few months ago when it was brought here. And now here we are discussing the same thing. We will keep on discussing and there's nothing that we shall achieve. The only thing that should happen, Mr. Speaker, sir, can the minister in charge come to this house and answer us and speak to us and tell us whether Turkana, West Pokot, Pokot as a whole, Marakwet, is it part of Kenya or they are not in this country? And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, if that is done, I think there'll be peace. We want to get food from Turkana. We want to see the Turkanas living well. Even me, I'll want to go and stay there. In my village, I have several women from Turkana who are married to my sons in my county. So we want more Turkanas to live happily like any other Kenyan, the way Kenyans are living happily in Nairobi here. So I can see Honorable from Budalangi admiring the girl from Turkana. I know he's
Honorable Mary Emase, before Teso.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I arise as one of the leaders from the attacker communities in Kenya, of which the Turkana and the Iteso subscribe to join my cousins in condemning and my colleagues in condemning the insecurity attacks in Turkana and in the North Rift. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad. It's a very sad day indeed. And probably the questions we should be asking the CS. Does it mean that there's nothing this government can do to arrest the situation once and for all? Are we that helpless? Are we that helpless as a country? What will it take, the government, to stop and restore peace in the northern region? If it is resources, can we be told in the budget committee we allocate the resources so that we have enough in terms of resources needed to address the issue of insecurity in the North Rift? I remember in January 28 when the CS himself visited the region. After he left, there were several attacks in Turkana and other surrounding areas. So I want to join Honorable Meli, who has just alluded to the fact that this insecurity is not only affecting Turkana or the northern regions, it's affecting the entire country. As we sit here as leaders, each one of us, we have lost our constituents. I remember from the time of Baragoi, I buried so many of my youths. And those who survived resigned and never went back to serve the nation in their capacity as soldiers. I have lost my own Teso people in Kapedo, very senior ones, through landmines. We have buried all of us, seated here in this house. And we continue to speak about insecurity. In my county, this insecurity is affecting the economy of this country. We have women and business people from Busia who collect dry fish in Turkana to come and sell in Busia. Insecurity is affecting free movement, is affecting transportation, is affecting many other sectors.
So we are told that insecurity is caused by this banditry, and that this banditry is part and parcel of the culture of the people of the northern region. But even the Constitution itself says, the lawyers can help me with the article, that if there are any cultural practices that are not beneficial anymore, that have negative impact, they should be discouraged. So if banditry is a matter of culture, something can still be done about it. But it is very unfortunate, and it is sad at this era and age that this country continue to speak about insecurity. I think something has got to be done. Honorable Kindiki, I know you're listening to us, you are trying, but I want to tell you, try harder. Do something to address the issue of insecurity in Northern. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to thank you first, so that now men can understand why, when we are in a house of 290 and you are only a few, this is how sometimes we feel. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I rise to also...
Honorable Beatrice, you are not favored. You are on top of the list.
Thank
and
you.
Because it is an issue keeping everybody in the house, I'm going by the list.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So this is not about gender insensitivity. Actually, the person following you would be now men for quite some time. So proceed, because time is short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to just appreciate this adjournment, but also to now start by saying that it is very sad, Mr. Speaker, in the days of our new constitution, us thinking as Kenyans at that time that it is lack of resources in the regions that we have that create insecurity. But we have been proven now wrong. Because when you look at the resources government is giving to the counties, Turkana nearly 10, 12 billion. It means there's something else now government has to think beyond just the resources. That we have to think and see, is it possible now to support these counties as much as they have resources? Government has to come in and create very serious infrastructure that can turn around, not just the one road that Turkana will see that goes up to the border, Mr. Speaker, but try and create inlets so that they are able to start seeing the economy can grow by coming and bringing things to Lodwar and other places and Kapenguria and Kitale. We need to also ask the agencies. It is not just about the police. It is time they go, all of them, even the army. Why can't we have a barracks around there, but a barracks that will bring and grow the economy, that will create wealth for them? It will come in, it will build schools, it will do agriculture, it will bring that water, and you bring the resources that are making every day people fight because of water, because of lack of pasture. All these things will grow. That we need to rethink, how do we now sit down with Pokot, Turkana, and any other in the belt and see what is the real issue. But also the leaders here should help us. Because tell me, if you are a leader, definitely you understand the problem. They should be put in that program properly without saying this is the politician. They must be a multi-agency that works together for the benefit of the people of the north. Imagine Turkana, the only lake we have that is inland, that is in nowhere else. The best in the world that people look at and wonder. But today we are still talking, Mr. Speaker, of all these things. Is it education that we are lacking? We should ask ourselves. But lastly, Mr. Speaker, even as we speak this, we need to look at the red belts that we are having in Africa and ask ourselves what young people are trying to communicate, and see how governments should work with young people to transform all this insecurity we are in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Julius Nkulu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, because today seems to have been a ladies' day. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it is not for nothing that the ladies are speaking to this motion because they speak from their heart. And they realize more than ourselves sometimes that the senseless fights have a lot of attrition on their children and on their property. And I really commend the strong spirit in which they have come today. Mr. Speaker, long ago, I used to drive from Gitalia to Lodwar. And the road was a very, very good one. Even the spoiled parts from Chapadaria to Ortum, those days were like a few minutes you would drive there. And there was absolutely no threat to security. But over time, we have lost very many people there. We even lost a friend of mine called Japheth Ekidor, who was the member of parliament of that area, because of the insecurity of the area. And the casualties can be counted from both sides, from both the Turkanas and as well as from the Pokots. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would say the problem is as follows. First, we have been attributing the conflict in the north as a fight for resources. Sometimes we say it is due to stock theft. But I can see a new trend and a new cause of clashes and a new cause of these things called banditry. Banditry is a very dangerous thing because, you know, there is no community that can organize banditry against another one. Usually, in a traditional sense, if the Turkanas have a dispute with the Pokots, they would go to war with the Pokots. And it would be known that they are fighting over water. They would be known that they would be fighting over resources. And then mediators would be called upon to come and discuss the issue. What are these people fighting about? But when it is a bandit, it is really not a community interest. It is a security interest. And I would plead with the minister and the minister in charge of internal security to now begin investing more on understanding these evolving disputes in the north, and to actually begin to see what kind of interventions can be made. Because you see, dealing with a problem in Lamu may not be exactly the same as dealing with a problem in Lodwar. Maybe it might also call for changing the way we train our askaris, so that we know that we train some who are specialized in dealing with this new evolving or mutating fight. Because this is no longer normal. This is no longer the same fight that we used to know. And we cannot deal with it using old tools. We require to have peace in the north, and we want to have Turkana the way it used to be, because Lodwar was a rising star, and we want it to continue to be a rising star, and we don't want to have insecurity dimming the lights of the Turkanas or the Pokots. Let's go seriously into this thing. I support.
Honorable John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also support this motion. Honorable Speaker, this adjournment motion comes in when we have witnessed a lot of issues happening across the country and some effort by the government. I would like to say that, Honorable Speaker, we need to be more strategic in our efforts, in whatever it is that we are doing to contain deviance and to contain insecurity. Insecurity spreading in any part of the country means Kenya is unsafe. And if any part of Kenya people are dying, we have lost it. We need to do something about it. We are here today speaking about Turkana, Honorable Speaker. And when we explore or dive deep into what it is that is causing this insecurity, we realize that there are many issues that come by, issues of invasion of some kind, issues of trying to scare people away from their localities, issues of trying to steal from the others, and issues of trying to show some form of supremacy. We know the government is sovereign and the government is supreme among any, as the supreme power that we have as a country. And it's only the government that can help us out. Honorable Speaker, we would like to launch the effort by the Office of the Interior Minister, but we'd like the Interior Minister to focus a lot more on specialization of the forces. We know they are used to be in different, forces, different police trained personnel who can intervene in such cases. We need to see more deployment in some of these areas. And we cannot just say that it is Turkana that is having this problem. It's not only Pokot that's having this problem. It's not North Rift. It's all over. Even as close as Meru, we have issues with our neighbors in Siolo, and people get killed once in a while. And they kill for motive, sometimes to scare away people from their land, sometimes to invade their land to graze their animals, sometimes to some very flimsy reasons, they kill people so that they can be able to get into their land. Now, Speaker, the motive of killing needs to be investigated further. We have different departments within the security fraternity of the country that can do this. And it needs to be contained. The people of Turkana and the people of Kenya, in all parts of Kenya, need to feel safe that something is happening and something is being done. There has been intentions by the government to disarm the civilians. Disarmament needs to be taken very seriously. To the last man, there has been sometimes some operations where people are, apprehended and the arms are being collected. This exercise needs to be done thoroughly, and it is possible. Our government has capacity to do that, and we call upon the minister concerned and the officers concerned. The police fraternity, even with the support of the armed forces, we need to disarm those who have guns, because guns are the ones that are killing our people. Honourable Speaker, even as we talk about it, we should not forget that the government has an obligation to protect the people. The government has an obligation to make sure that the Kenyans are safe wherever they are. We need to feel safe to invest anywhere in this country, to live anywhere in this country. No tribe, no ethnic community in this country should be feeling insecure when they are occupying their surrounding and when they are going about their businesses. We need to support our people to feel secure. And the only way we can do that is to appear, not to just appear to be working, to actually have impact in what we do. And we call upon the different arms of government involved to take this very, very seriously. When people come here and bring such issues and we discuss them once so often, it means therefore they are important and they need to be taken up very seriously. So we call upon the various arms of government to act accordingly. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Dr. Ivo Bara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also speak to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I empathize with our colleagues from Turkana East, from the General Marakwet area, from the Pokot area. We empathize with the situation. But as my colleagues have said, that there are criminals all over in our communities. And it is tempting to want to point fingers on who is doing what and who is inciting who. But as was rightly mentioned by our chairman for education, we had the CS for security in the education committee yesterday. And the same problem is also in the Northeast, where children are not going to school, all these problems. Life is not going on in those areas. So the most important thing is that our leaders, that we need to talk to each other. And we need to avoid a situation whereby we are pointing fingers and we are blaming each other. We need to learn to coexist with each other. Mr. Speaker, we have criminals everywhere in this Kenya that we speak of. If you talk about your area in Homa Bay town, I'm sure there are criminals there who have been harassing people in the night. If you talk to me in Kabondo Kasipul, we have criminals and we are all trying to work together to contain them. Even within the police force, we have criminals within the police force. We have seen them battering Kenyans for no reason at all. But we must rein them in and call them out. And therefore, I agree with my colleagues that this matter is very, very serious, the security of this country. That as parliamentarians, we need to work together, we need to talk to each other, and we need to call Professor Kindiki, as has been suggested here, to come on a Wednesday, on any Wednesday, and come and address some of the issues and the concerns of the parliamentarians. Let us avoid trying to push our emotions. And I got scared when I saw something, what was happening here, when I saw some of my colleagues really getting it like it is this person, and that is why they are not here. They may not be here because of one reason or another. So please, let's avoid that temptation. Let's rise up to the occasion as the representatives of the people. Let's do what we came here to do, to speak on behalf of the people. Let the people's voices be heard, and let the security be maintained in Kenya so that we are not lamenting here with our constituents in the constituency, and then you don't know who now should help who. Thank you very much. And my appreciation to my colleague over there for bringing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rindikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Security for every Kenyan is paramount, is well entrenched in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I come from a neighborhood where Laikipia. And we have all communities in my constituency. We have Turkanas, we have Samburu, we have Maasais, we have Meru, we have everybody. What am I saying? I think time has come for us, just like other members have said, to start talking. One of the initiatives that we have tried to do in our region is to continuously engage our neighbors. Because, Mr. Speaker, sorry, we had a very funny incident. One of our MCAs was killed, and there's only one bullet which was shot, and it aimed at the former MCA. To us, that was not an ordinary cattle rustling. Mr. Speaker, we have organized gangs. There are some with intentions of destabilizing the peace. The others who have made it their business as an economic enterprise. There are others, even who are being instigated by us readers. I concur that leaders must start talking. We cannot leave the issue of security to the security agents alone. We as leaders need to be engaged. We have had a situation where the police are also part of this criminal element, where some police, we have told that they have sold guns because they lacked food. They have selling bullets because they belong to this political party, or they are going to the other side. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue, and I truly can feel what the people of Turkana are feeling. I have a population of about 700 Turkana in my constituency. I know them. They are those ones who are willing to work hard. Actually, some of the best students that I have in the medical school, they are two twins from Turkana. And therefore, I can feel for the members of parliament. But that said, we have to commend the government for what it has been doing. For a long time, and I beg one more minute, for a long time we have waited for serious things in Takiri to be instituted and the accumulation of things. Let me say this. The government needs to increase equipment, they need to increase personnel, and the item is a speaker. This house calls upon the government that Inspector General of Police, he has now the independence. Sometimes it's very frustrating for the company secretary, for the company secretary.
Honorable Timothy Torotich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present, to submit on this subject matter. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank my friend from Turkana East, Honorable Nicholas Dixon, for tabling this very, very important motion. Honorable Speaker, I watched with horror as the woman rep from Turkana was submitting while weeping on this subject matter. It's unfortunate that at this time and age, Honorable Speaker, we are still in this state of insecurity as a country. Honorable Speaker, I happen to come from that part of the region, that is Marakwet West, which borders West Pokot and also the other part of Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the matter touching on Turkana County. In context, Honorable Speaker, we have to understand Turkana County in context. Honorable Speaker, Turkana County, the size of Turkana County is 77,000 square kilometers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the size of Rwanda is 26,000 kilometers square, that is Rwanda. Burundi is 27,000 kilometers square. Djibouti is 23,000 kilometers square. Honorable Speaker, if you combine the three countries, it cannot even fit in Turkana. Turkana is the largest county in this country. Actually, it's the largest. Turkana County is the largest county in this country. 77,000 kilometers square. Honorable Speaker, what does that mean? That the government of this country, of Kenya, was elected to protect the life and the property of our people. And if, Honorable Speaker, if this government cannot protect the life, the people of Turkana, the property of the Turkana, then let us give Turkana County independence. Let them be a country of their own. Let them have their own self-internal rule so that they can arm themselves and protect their people. Because, Honorable Speaker, let's be frank, it is not possible for this country to civilize, to put infrastructure in Turkana, a country that was neglected by successive regimes in this country. Honorable Speaker, you'll be shocked. If you go to Turkana, that's an area that there is no infrastructure. There are no roads going to inside Turkana. That is an area that there are no hospitals. There are no schools. It is a vast county that this government, you either take intentional, they either be very deliberate, unintentional, to even suspend developing Kenya for 1 year and send the entire resources of this country and develop Turkana. Because, Honorable Speaker, it is shameful. And I don't think there is an easier way to develop Turkana than to give them their self-internal rule to take care of themselves. It is shameful to see leaders elected into this house, this honorable house, to come and weep before the floor of the house because the government that was elected in place cannot protect the people of Turkana. It's very unfortunate, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I have no other submission but to say that if this government is listening, let it, from the onset today, take deliberate and intentional action to protect the.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naomi Wako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important and very moving motion of adjournment brought by Mheshimiwa, Honorable from Turkana. Mr. Speaker, as he was going through this motion, we were all moved. And especially when the women rep spoke, many of us were almost weeping. Simply because some of us come from those areas that are seriously affected by insecurity. And it is something that has always been there. And the question I always ask myself is, if our government is in control, how can these bandits, who have even no machineries, can overwhelm, kill our people, kill innocent children, kill expectant mothers, and as a result of this,
Many children have been orphaned. Widows have been created. Poverty level has increased. And yet, we are working very hard to reduce the poverty level of our people. And sometimes when even the bandits attack, they don't even steal the animals. They just come and kill. And the question is, this spirit of killing one another, of shedding innocent blood, is coming from where? And why are we not able to control year in, year out? In the 12th Parliament in Senate, the debate that has always taken place, has most of the time taken place, is on insecurity in Isiolo, in Marsabit, in Marlal, in Samburu, in Turkana, in northeastern Kenya, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera. And many people keep dying every day, every morning, every evening. And it is high time now, Mr. Speaker, for us to call upon our government. The Kenya Kwanza government made a lot of promise to the people of Kenya, including the people in Turkana, including the people in Marsabit, including those people in Wajir and Mandera. And today, we keep reporting. Sometimes we say it is Al-Shabaab who have attacked. Sometimes we say it is bandits who have attacked. It is high time for our government now to tell the people of Kenya, if we cannot, protect them, then we must find a lasting solution. It is the responsibility of any government to protect the life of every Kenyan and its property. But in some parts of this country, you cannot be sure whether you will wake up tomorrow. And so, Professor Kindiki, my good friend, must come again to this house and explain to us what is really happening. And as many have said, it is enough and enough is enough. We've lost many people, we cannot keep crying. We cannot be a lamenting nation. And on this issue of insecurity, we have become a lamenting people and a lamenting nation, because it is like we cannot take care of ourselves and take care of our people. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support this and I pray that we will find a lasting solution to those who are affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma Wako. The Honorable Fatuma Mohamed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I send my prayers and mercy to the people of Turkana. Mr. Speaker, the problem is political. The answer can only be political. If you look at the history of Turkana people, they have never voted. They never voted for Kenyatta. They never voted for Moi. They never voted for Kibaki. They never voted for Uhuru. They never voted for Ruto. And they have always voted for Raila. Turkana people, you're being punished, and there's no need of pretending here. Let us not pretend, it is the reality, and I can give you statistics. In 2013, Raila got 64% of Turkana votes. In 2017, Raila got 69% of Turkana votes. In 2022, Raila got 66% of Turkana votes. Let us not pretend. The population in Turkana is a small population. Please protect me, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important issue I am putting across. You can block your ears if you don't want to hear me, but give me the opportunity. You contributed, I listen. It is the truth. You can't tell me when Azimio were doing Mandamano, policemen went to small houses and removed boys and beat them to death. They cannot do the same act in Turkana. Go to Turkana, break those doors, and remove those bandits. Beat them to death as they beat the Azimio protesters. We are pretending here, fellow MPs. Let us be realistic. There is no cure for this problem as long as Turkana people do not vote for these governments that have been in place. And I'm telling Turkana people, they might not help you, but Allah in heaven is watching. Allah will grant you peace. Continue praying. We are with you. It is a shame when an elected member mercilessly cries because his people are being killed. I have seen her twice cry in this parliament. And you come here and pretend, let us have peace, let us talk about what? Turkana never voted for you, but they are Kenyans. and they are paying tax. The other day, I saw oil was found in Turkana. What happened to the oil? Did bandits take the oil? No. They never voted for the past regime, and the past, and the past, and the current. Turkana, Allah is in heaven, and is going to do the most merciful. God is in heaven. Let this government do whatever they want to do. But our God, the God that I worship 5 times, will have mercy on you. We are not going to come here and pretend and pack a mafuta. The truth must be said. The Turkana people are opposition people. Until they get the person they want in this government, they will never get their rights. So you're pretending here, saying your government to go and talk about what? Why should Kindiki come here with prepared questions, prepared answers, prepared oiled answers, and pretend that he is coming here to waste our time? In fact, if he walks in, I'll walk out, because he's coming here to pretend. They come here with prepared answers. What answer is he coming to give us? Let him fly and go there and sleep in a tent there and give Turkana people their right as Kenyans instead of pretending here. Both opposition and the ruling government, I tell you, you are pretending. Give them their rights. They never voted for you. They will not vote for you as long as you don't do the right thing for them. Give them peace and they will vote for you. Election is coming 2027. If you want their votes, do the right thing to them, and maybe they will vote for you. But as long as their votes remain opposition, they will never get peace. But God in heaven do not need their votes. He only needs their prayers. And may Allah hear their prayers. May their answers be found. Dear fellow member of parliament, I am going down today to pray for you. They have ignored you for enough time, but God...
Honorable Jematia has been waiting for very long. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to wade into this debate too. I know time is not with us, but Mr. Speaker, Honorable Fatuma have just put a very, maybe a crucial idea that we probably need to think about. But Honorable should also understand that I come from Baringo and we are being attacked by bandits. And most of these bandits, as Honorable from Turkana has also alluded, most of them come from Baringo. And by the way, this thing cuts cross. To some extent, we have a member from Marsabit. They are also being attacked. Sometimes it is easy to blame, which I agree. Sometimes all of us do that as members of parliament. And the problem lies squarely at the back stops at the president's door. And this is something that is not going to be discussed in shadows, because one life lost in Kenya today is life, whatever way you want to look at it. The problem with bandits, and I want to agree to some extent with Honorable Fatuma, is that when we have issues and when people are being killed, we have had thieves in Nairobi, for instance, killing people or robbing all over the place, and police take time and pick them, either kill them or present them before courts. We have never seen these bandits, even one, being charged before court or being taken to, taken by the law. And this is the reason why this problem is recurring all the time, because the impunity levels is so much, to the extent that someone kills, drives all your cows, chases you out of your home, live in your own house that has chased you out, and again, walk free, and nothing happens to him. We are in a Kenya, we vote, we do that. I'm a democratic person, and I am speaking for a generation that most of us did not see these customary activities that happened those days. But at the end of the day, as a leader of this country, I want to ask the NIS, what happened with these people? Where do they go at the end of the day? It is something that the security apparatus should deal with bandits and squarely furnish this problem once and for all. We are tired speaking and we are tired crying all the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wa mwisho atakuwa ndugu Mheshimiwa Harry Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi nami niweke sauti yangu kwa swala hili la usalama nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikurudishe nyuma. Kama utakumbuka, wakati mmoja kulikuwa na hali kama hii huko Turkana na Pokot, na tukaweza kusafiri kama wajumbe, tukaenda tukashiriki katika michezo pamoja na jamii hizi mbili, na wale waliokuwa wamebeba mifugo ya wengine, siku hiyo kama utakumbuka, walirejesha ile mifugo. Hatimaye baada ya hapo hatukusikia tena visa kama hivyo, lakini miaka michache iliyopita visa hivyo vimekithiri sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiwa mmoja katika wale wanamichezo, naona iko haja ya kurudi tena Turkana na Pokot kule Kapenguria, ili kwenda kujaribu kusawazisha na kuonyesha ya kwamba Kenya ni moja na hatustahili kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Zaidi ya yote, usalama wa nchi uko na wananchi wenyewe. Usalama wa mtu uko na mtu wenyewe. Jamii hizi mbili zinazozozana sana sana, Mheshimiwa Spika, usalama uko mikononi mwao. Iwapo watajitokeza na kukaa na kuzungumza kwa amani, hakika amani itakuwa juu yao. Lakini kama hali vile ilivyo, mswada kama huu ukiletwa, wengi wao hasa wale wanaohusika huwa wanapotea. Hawakai kusikiza yale machungu wenzi wao. Laiti kama wengine wangekuwa hapa ndani wakaona yule mheshimiwa akilia, hata wao pia pengine wangeingiwa na huzuni na wakabadili nia zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala hili la usalama liko kote nchini. Banisa kwa mfano, wanajeshi wetu walio kule Banisa kila wakati wanapoteza maisha. Kila wakati. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeuliza tu wahusika, waziri wa usalama, wacha niseme anajaribu sana, lakini haijatosha. Ingekuwa tu siku moja aamuru kikosi kizima kiende kivamie hiyo misitu ambayo iko na haya majangili na kufagia kama vile ilivyokuwa mwaka 1969 ambapo hayati mzee Jomo Kenyatta aliamuru jeshi na likafagia wale mashifta wote, na vita vya mashifta vikaisha, hatujavisikia tena. Inatakikana kama hivyo iweze kuamuriwa siku moja, kama ni Kapedo huo msitu uvamiwe, kama ni huko Banisa huo msitu uvamiwe. Hatutasikia tena swala la Al-Shabaab ama swala la majangili wakihangaisha wananchi wa Kenya wasio na hatia. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikomee hapo, lakini nirudie, kuna haja ya kutembelea kama bunge.
Mheshimiwa Deko, kwa dakika moja.
Hapana.
Kwa dakika moja tu, sababu tumepita.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ile muda wetu kabisa.
Asante Bwana Speaker. Ninasimama kama chairman ya Peace and Security Caucus ya Northern Pastoralist Communities. The problem our brothers in Turkana are facing is a problem that cuts across all. Unfortunately, I think we are a caste group, the pastoralists, because this is the problem that is across the pastoralist communities in this country. Banditry. I sympathize with our brother here who brought up this motion, because, and again, he should also understand, we face the same problem in northern Kenya, not only Turkana or the North Rift. So, as I sympathize with him, we want the leaders of this region not to be emotional. Let us go through this. Let us talk about it. And as a chairman of the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group on the peace and security, I was organizing a peace summit for this group from the North Rift towards the end of this month. And I was disappointed when this thing came on the floor of the House, because that's what we were planning, with the, especially that issue was raised by the MP, one MP from Turkana North. I mean, Turkana, Lokichoga, Honorable Nanok. Mr. Speaker, the only solution to this problem is for the leaders of these communities to sit down. There is nothing Kindiki can do. It was not done since 1963. This problem will not be solved by Kindiki using military force or police force. The only solution is for us as leaders from that region to sit down and talk to our communities. I want the House to note that there are 17 World Bank projects for the northern Kenya and northeastern Kenya that has not taken off for the last 10 years because of this insecurity problem. So the only solution, the responsibility lies with us as leaders and as a people of that region to sit down and come up with a solution to our problem. Thank you very much.
Yeah, even our systems recognize we have gone beyond time. This is because it was an adjournment motion on a matter of national importance, and because of the sobriety and the seriousness with which we discussed it. That is why we went, beyond. And I wish this kind of deliberations and proffering of solutions should define future adjournment motions or motions in which we are discussing matters affecting, Kenyans, more so in terms of lives and property. Honorable members, the time being 7:12 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 8th August 2023 at 2:30 p.m.